That's not normally
Alrighty.
how countdowns work.
I counted down from 5 to 1. It was just accelerated.
Normally, like
It's
it's a set time, not just like okay go. If you're just gonna do okay go, just do okay go instead of counting.
you do it like how my son does when we're doing a foot race in the backyard. Hey, Marcus, go. Okay, sure, buddy. You little cheat. Hey, welcome everyone to episode 77 of the Pathfinders podcast. Right, 77. We are the
Okay,
Pathfinders.
listen.
And we are, hey, Citizens Dex, good to see you. And we are charting the way through all the nebulous information surrounding Star Citizen, Squadron 42, and their development. I am Tree0311, here with my partner in crime.
Hello everyone, I am Nazeris.
And we've got an interesting show for you today. Sorry, it took a little bit for us to get this episode together. Just it's more of a scheduling thing. Post CitizenCon last week was really busy for me, and Naz and I just couldn't make our days align to get this done any sooner. Um, hey, socially confused, good to see you. Thanks for coming and hanging out this evening. But yeah, I've been interested. Naz and I have been talking intermittently post CitizenCon about CitizenCon, so a lot of
We'll be talking
there's just
all
so
year
much.
about it.
Yeah, it is. I think we'll probably get up to rewatching everything 3, maybe 4 times, because there's
Mm-hmm.
just so much information, and even with meticulous note taking, you miss things on the first watch through that you catch on the third, or you know, we miss things, and then you go watch, Space Tomato talking about it, and you're like, oh my gosh, how did I miss that? And you have to go back and watch it, and so
Not to
we will
mention
do
all
our
the
best.
like clarifications and things that come out post the show and
Yeah, when people ask questions on Spectrum or whatever, and the devs respond. Yeah, no
yep.
medical made me sad. Yep, yep. But we've got an interesting show for you guys this evening. First things first, there was an interview at CitizenCon done by a French content creator. It's up on their Twitch. But we're gonna take a look at the translation. It's translated from French to English, so take that for what it's will. But Odysseus, who's a very prominent member of the community, he's very active in the Astro Discord and in my Discord, has sort of vouched for the translation. He shared it with me, so it's a really good interview. It's an interview with Benoit, so there's some good questions and answers regarding server meshing and Star Citizen development. So we'll go over that, share that link with you guys in the comments to peruse on your own, and then we'll get right into CitizenCon. But before we do, that's how you been, buddy.
Busy. Very busy. Trying to remember like the last show we did was the expectations
Expectations.
video.
Yeah, that was like 2 weeks ago,
Yeah.
or more than that.
Um yeah, I'm trying to remember all the like very busy. I don't exactly remember the last 2 weeks all that well. Because it's just been nonstop. I've basically had several points where sleeping was the only downtime I've had since then.
Oh wow.
Been wild. Um, my biggest problem is I haven't been able to do any streams since CitizenCon.
Yeah, I haven't either. I have had no time. I traveled last week for work, which is the reason we couldn't get an episode done sooner. Luckily, during the travel time, I was able to rewatch most of day one, and take a bunch of notes and stuff. But yeah, I haven't even played Star Citizen since before Citizen. Or no, I got like an hour or two in when my sticks came in to try and practice my hot drops, which went about as well as you can expect. Being totally sarcastic, it
Considering the
did not go
servers.
well.
Yeah.
Well, I was doing it in Arena Commander, um, but yeah,
Ah,
I've got a lot of practice I need to get in. Hey, Smithy Joe Bob, good to see you.
hello. Yeah, like I haven't been able to really play since the servers got fixed. Just because
And a lot
it's
of people are still having issues. It seems like,
oh,
yeah, it
I'm
seems
very
like
detached from a lot of stuff.
I've seen a lot of reports that some people things are better for, but then a lot of reports are persisting of people still having issues.
All right, all right.
which sucks.
And-
I'm hoping
Oh
that
yeah.
getting 2.4.3 out will finally clear the air of all that, before we launch into
I
the biggest event of the
mean,
year.
so I don't think we're gonna be on for IE.
No,
Oh,
they confirmed that IAE is on 2.4.3.
okay.
Um,
Um,
the question is, how far into 4.0's testing will they get by the time IAE starts, and then will they continue
I
during
hope they have
IAE?
a consistent Evo by then because they've only been doing like 5-hour tests.
Yeah, but they've been doing a number of them. And did the one ever go live today? Did that, or was
No,
that
not yet.
yesterday? Not yet.
Not
Okay.
yet.
Yeah. So does that mean they're running more on like Europe? What time is it in Europe right now? It'd be late in Europe, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Hmm.
Or very, very early.
It feels like it's a weird time. I mean, I know they wanted to get it started earlier, but it feels like a weird time to run an Evo test. Hmm. Interesting. I mean, just because, like, if it's that early in Europe, and it's this late in the US, what devs are watching it, and deploying it and stuff. Vacations are weird. Are you on vacations, maybe, Joe Bob? Evo player sleepy time. Yeah, no joke. Well, let's since we've got a lot to talk about, and we're just covering day one of CitizenCon today, because
Oh,
Naz and
okay.
I, yeah, well, yeah, we gotta get through. I feel like the day one is a good breaking point, but we talked about it, and like, there's no way we can go through all of our thoughts for the entirety of CitizenCon in one show and be able to do all the information justice. And even doing day one in one show and doing the information justice, yeah, you could spend an entire show for us for each panel easily if we rewatch them with you guys, and went over, basically line by line what they're saying and showing. Um, Smithy does Tennessee. Nice. Um, yeah, so we Naz and I have rewatched the panels. We've taken notes, and so we're going to talk about our thoughts regarding the panels. What we're going to do is, so we'll switch over to the next screen. We'll go through the interview, and Naz and I will take turns reading the questions and answers. We'll try and not spend too much time on the interview, but we wanted to cover it before, because it's related to the server meshing testing and development. And we wanted to get it out there in front of you guys, so that way you will share it with the rest of the community and read it yourselves, because it's good information. Hey, Norris Peak, good to see you, buddy. Thanks for coming and hanging out.
Or at the very least, have a YouTube video to point people to that somebody else reads it to them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and Benoit is an absolute credit to CIG, and he's such a valuable resource to the community, especially to people like Naz and me. So anything that comes out of him is straight gold. That's what we
Yeah,
wanted
because
to
he
highlight
has
it here.
two of the main things that people like us like to have, which is he likes being in front of the camera and he's deep on the technical side of the game.
Mm-hmm.
And that is a very rare crossover in skill.
Yeah.
A lot of the really technical people really don't like the camera, and a lot of people that like the camera are not exactly on the technical side of stuff.
Oh, hold on.
Hmm?
Can I have a 9-9 hug, buddy? What? You gotta give Daddy a hug and a kiss goodnight? Because I'm...
Benoit rocks. I'm not familiar with Benoit rocks. What are Benoit rocks? Therefore, what time is it in ye old UK? Boop, boop,
It's
doop,
bedtime
boop.
here, so...
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's currently
Screaming
2
isn't for his
a.m.
kids. Yeah. Yeah.
Nicholas Bear's in the basement.
Please don't report me. Yeah, oh man, my daughter has she has 2 volume levels, 0 decibels, where she's happy and smiling and makes little cooey noises, and then 180
Oh
because
boy.
she can't cry at just a normal cry. It is a full top of her lungs. Yeah.
If
So,
there wasn't any sound there, your mic completely cut it off.
oh, I didn't want to blow you guys out, but that's what I had
Okay.
to deal with. Yeah. Um, and even with the noise canceling of my headphones and the soundproofing of my office, I could still hear them screaming, and I was like, "Yeah, that's coming through on the mic."
Ooh.
Let's go ahead and switch screens. All right, here we go. Here's the interview. So
What?
you can watch if you speak as a French, parlez-vous français? The link to the interview on that this content creator's Twitch channel. Let's see, his name is where'd he go? French content creator Jer du Grenier. I don't
Yep.
I don't do the French, but he's a French content creator. Interviewed him on his Twitch. And then this person, Vangelis, translated it. So we have the translation up here. So if you want to watch the original video, you can check it out. If you're watching this later on YouTube, this link will be in the show notes to the Reddit post, but I'm also putting in the chat for you guys as well. Hey, Aether Drift, good to see you. Thanks for coming and hanging out. We're just getting started with the meat and potatoes of the show. Naz and I are going to cover the interview with Benoit that occurred at CitizenCon, done by a French content creator. We're going to go through that for a few minutes, read through these questions and answers, and then we're going to launch right into our reactions to day one of CitizenCon.
Yes, there are
So,
11 questions in total.
yep. Context, as always does, I'll just read through the sort of preamble. This is an interview with Benoit, CTO, Chief Technology Officer at CIG, that was made during CitizenCon on a French content creator's Twitch channel. That's their name. I can't pronounce it. I've translated the entire interview from the language of Moliere into that of Shakespeare for those who are interested. Enjoy. Edit. I forgot a last minute question, very insightful, that was asked to Benoit past the goodbyes. It's question 11. So, question 1: will the performance boost provided by server meshing, static and dynamic, good that they put in that caveat, help speed up feature development and give us the stability we're looking for? Moving NPCs, recruiting NPCs, increasing the number of NPCs.
That
Benoit.
middle one kind of hurts.
Yeah. Benoit, yes, of course it will. The key with server meshing is that each server will simulate fewer elements, and it's not just a matter of simulating the elements. The one of the big issues that bogs down server performance is the servers having to do the physics calculations, and so a lot of times, with a lot of entities spawned in, if entities are bouncing around and they aren't appropriately attached to some sort of physics grid or something like that, they'll just be, when you see things bouncing around like that, that is all that is the physics simulation just going nuts and lagging the crap out of the servers. So it's not just the fact that entities are spawned in, because if an entity is spawned in and it's just sitting there like a can of cruise, it's not doing anything really on the server. The server doesn't have to really do much because it's the schedule with which that entity updates is very slow compared to something that's moving around and generating physics calculations and frequent updates. So we already know that when fewer elements are simulated, the server's performance is much better. Sure, it'll speed up development, but it'll also speed up the time it takes us to deliver the patch. So delivering a patch will go faster. At a time when we're getting ready for 324 or 3242 or 3241, bringing the patch live is a lot of effort. That's when you discover new things. When players arrive on the server, they always do something extra. The developers have a way of testing that's more diagonal, right? Players go deeper. So it's going to help us with that. It's going to give us more buffer on performance, which is going to allow us to go a bit faster. And with more subdivision, it also gives us a degree of control we didn't have before. Do not compare the servers to a summer's day. So yeah, the server meshing is static and dynamic, and more so dynamic than static, will give us a significant performance boost. And it'll be a lot easier for them to deliver a patch because they'll have a bit more of a buffer in terms of server performance to get that patch out to us sooner. Especially getting it out to us sooner and with higher concurrency will make it easier for them to get fixes in on the server side and even client side after the patch is delivered that they wouldn't have been able to do with the performance limitations within a single server for Evo and PTU, if that makes sense.
Yeah, they can also just kind of knee jerk add more servers to fix some problem while they work on the fix.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if there's something bogging down a
Mhm.
part of the simulation. Yeah.
Very cool. All right. Question 2. Is dynamic server meshing easily achievable in terms of implementation time? We've talked about that question a lot
Mm-hmm.
compared with static server meshing. Are you confident this one will come quickly? BB or Benoit Bushido. Of course, static server meshing includes all the technology development. So the low-level code that deals with the network transmission of packets that are reliable versus those that are unreliable, all this technology has been rewritten for server meshing. Then the concept of authority, where we're in the process of ironing out all the bugs linked to the transfer of authority, i.e., when you change servers, all the game components must respond to the change of authority. There are a lot of elements that were badly done at the time, were done unnecessarily, that need to be dealt with, and we're dealing with them right now. To continue on the subject of server meshing, we're talking about massive transfers of authority. Let's take a large microtech mesh in its entirety and decide to bring it to a new server to look after new baggage alone. So here we're adding mass transfers of authority that will bring all the transfers to a new server. Part of dynamic server meshing development plus the reconciliation loop that will look at where the players are, where there is need for servers, and which will dispute the server need to best serve the players. That means not only grouping them together because there's a cost dimension involved. Of course, if we could give each player server, we do it. Not
Boy,
practical.
would that be nice.
Uh, uh, and because we can like see over boundaries and interact over boundaries, so yeah, it would be.
Mm-hmm.
To sum it up, there's less development to be done with dynamic than with static. I hope we'll be able to do this quickly already, but already in 4.0, there are certain elements of dynamic server meshing or dynamic meshing that are implemented in the code. This means the ability to switch servers on and off depending on whether there are players in them or not. So they can shut down a single server within a mesh, even in static. We're trying to make sure we have this same flexibility in 4.0. Internally, we call it almost dynamic, for a lack of a better word. But here we are trying to bring you as much of the dynamic mode as possible in the PU version, but we don't think we'll be heading into a multi-month development for dynamic. We're on the right track at the moment. Lots of words, like he tried, like he. This is why I love how he talks, because he comes at it from like basically every angle. Um, all of these words to say some of the functionality, some of the code base will already be implemented into 4.0. A lot of the problems that we will have between static and dynamic are problems we'll have in static anyway. So those have to be figured out for static to exist anyway. And also the amount of work on top of 4.0 server meshing is not that much. Not that much. We could see it in possibly a 4.1 Q1 2025.
Yeah.
That is speculation, of course, but this is how they've been talking the whole year.
Yeah, the change from static to dynamic doesn't change how the game functions, and that's the big thing is there's, and we talked about this before, but the way the game functions doesn't really change with what we have now compared to what we have with static server meshing. The things that change is the fact that you have entity authority change. And you can have big, massive transfers of authority by subdividing servers or consolidating servers when you have when you have dynamic server meshing. But you don't have those massive changes of authority in static server meshing. But everything else, think about like what they've been talking about um, with ATC and the transit refactor and the mission system refactor. Everything, the ability for everything in the game to have its entity authority transferred. Like there's been so much work led up to it. And he says this is what we're doing with right now. It's something they've been working on for a couple of years now. You can track this work on the progress tracker. That's the reason we have so much information in the roadmap to dynamic server meshing, the unofficial one, is because they've been talking about all this work for some time, and they've been refactoring things and working out different systems as they've been coming up on them. But a lot of it can't get done until the very end when they have all these other pieces in place, like the PES and the replication layer and its separation and what have you. But the change going from static to dynamic is really not that big because all this groundwork has already been laid. The biggest and hardest challenges are done. And so that's why it's really exciting because they're he says they're not anticipating a multi-month development, and so they've been developing the technologies that allow us to go from static to dynamic, for a while now. Those services that make that run, but they can't finish those until we have static in place and they have the data, so that way they know how to wrap up the development of those services and stuff in order to make it work and put it into testing. Now, I think it's important because he says, I don't think we're heading into a multi-month development, but I still think that, okay, maybe it takes, a month or a couple of months to finish developing these things, but then we still have to test it. And so I think that between the development and the testing, we might have a couple of months or might have several months. We don't know. But I don't think it's not like we're going to be like, okay, well, we're in 4.0 and we've got a year's worth of development between uh, static and dynamic, kind of like we had a year's worth in plus of development from PES to server meshing.
Mm-hmm.
It should not work that way based off of what they know and what they've been developing and what we know, and the fact that we're this far along now.
Yeah.
So
It's interesting that I'm pretty sure this is not the only time he said multi-month development.
yeah.
And it's because obviously he knows that each patch is a quarter, is 3 months. So it's interesting that he used the multi-month, as in we're gonna get what we need developed within a couple months, like an overflow of a month
Hmm.
is like if you have 2 full months, I would call that multi-month.
Yeah.
I don't know if Frenchness is something else counting wise, because some other languages and cultures do have different ways of idioms and counting. Um, but this definitely sounds like a very soon after 4.0 is in, and I can see it being not the first quarter if it like because they'll be working on the first quarter before it gets done to get that out, and in tandem of the preparing for 4.1 they'll be developing this, so it will end up being in 4.2.
Yeah. Something like that.
Yeah.
I definitely see first half of next year us getting dynamic server meshing, dynamic V1, whatever they want to call it, whatever their plan ends up being.
In like
Um,
1.5.
yeah, in the first half of next year, and but I also think that I don't know. It'll be interesting to see how they scale that, and what are they able to introduce that with a third system, or are they going to, because there's only so much they can scale up a shard's population with only two systems without certain things getting real stressed real hard,
Mhm.
certain limitations within the game. We've already talked about those, like with landing zones and space stations and stuff, habs and hangars, and those things are, they're working on refactoring those. They actually talked about that at CitizenCon, but there's more than that too. Um,
Yep.
So it'll
Yeah.
be really interesting to see how it all comes out. But I mean, that's really encouraging. I hope it's encouraging to everybody else as it is to me. Question 3. What in-game technology are you most looking forward to apart from server meshing? And it's interesting that he refers to this in terms of technology. Oh, base building, big time. Everything that's done in the background of base building, I guess that makes sense. Everything that's related to manufacturing, there's a lot of new databases, a lot of new services, new schema transfer, and so on.
Okay. Blueprints.
Oh, okay. Like
Schematics.
schematic transfer. Oh, gotcha.
Yeah.
Why do you say schema? Um,
Wait. Unless it is a new. Crap. There goes the word. A new method of transferring something. A new method of transferring between services or databases.
I
He
don't
might
know.
be talking about the way blueprints are stored, because that is a new way of storing things. It is, and it sounds like it might even be using, to jump way to day 2, that it might be using the attached to account thing like we use for buying stuff on the website and going straight to that.
Oh, okay. Yep. Interesting. Okay. I wouldn't have thought of that. See, and like we were talking about this before the show, I wish that the base building panel had been longer because I feel like there was more they could have
I
talked
feel like there was a
about.
second half we didn't get to.
Yeah. Um, sorry, that tangent, but yeah, I feel like it was super cool, but it left me wanting more. And I'm sure they're going to
Schema
talk
is
about it a
the database
lot.
definition structure. Okay.
Oh, okay, cool. Sweet. Thank you for that, Scabro. Um, So yeah, he's looking at it from a back end technical standpoint, which is interesting because they are doing this work in order to support base building and everything that goes into that. So um, now I'm even more interested in it and even more curious because we didn't hear about this sort of stuff. Um, and like they're going to be talking about base building all year this next year. We're going to
Yep.
get
Because
multiple ISCs from multiple different teams because it's such a
we
huge,
have
far-reaching project.
we have at least 2 ships coming. No, we have 3 ships coming out for it,
Yeah.
supposedly by the end of the year, which means we have base building by the end of the year. We have the freaking Pioneer by the end. Like, that's insane. By the end of 2025, we'll be flying Pioneers.
No, no, no. The
What do
Pioneer
you mean?
goes
No,
into
no, no.
development in the next 12 months. All those ships they said go
Okay,
into the
okay, fine, fine,
development.
fine, 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 fine.
Yeah.
We'll still be building bases.
Yeah, we'll be building bases next year, which is nuts. Or he
I
said
suppose that is
base building
the
next
words
12
as
to 18
written.
months. Yeah. They
I
said
suppose
base
that is the
building next
words
12 to
as
18
written.
months. So we'll see. But still, like that far out from base building. And that first iteration of base building, they wanted small, or it starts with small, right? Not extra small.
Correct.
Yeah, so up to large, which is crazy. Basically in about a year from now, the Q4, end of Q4 next year. Like holy moly, that's nuts.
Base building needs base fishing.
Yeah.
They said fishing
Uh,
was post 1.0.
I want a giant fish tank, and I want to be able to stock my fish tank in my base. I've had that fish
Mm-hmm.
tank in my hangar flare. I'm like, no, I want to put it in my hab overlooking a great vista, on Castor or something. That's a pretty major challenge, but it's really interesting. It's going to change the game a lot along with crafting. It's going to bring a universe where it's the players who make the economy. And I really think that's the direction the game needs to go in. And we're well on the way to doing that. And that's what I'm most excited about. We'll see. We'll see. It's the second half that has me concerned because I think, and this also might be part of the translation where they're talking about more of a player, and when I say player driven economy, not player driven in that there isn't an NPC driven economy, but that there's more of a player to player economy that wouldn't have otherwise been there without crafting and base building.
Yes, we will
Because
definitely have 2 economies running.
yeah, two economies running, the two economies connect, and run together like that. But if we didn't have crafting and base building, this player side of the economy, would be much less robust. because it would really just be what can you mine, what can you salvage, and and sell and everything like that, or what can you loot versus what are you actually making. Um, but yeah, that's question 3. So question 4.
Question 4. Will the planet system be placed on a single will this planet system be placed on a single mega map, or will they be on a separate game or separate game maps with each its own skybox? In fact, each planet is part of the map. We still have the mega map concept, but we have a branch principle, and each solar system has its own branch, what we call the root of the universe. You really can't have players there. They're always
Challenge
there.
accepted.
They're
Players are going to
always in
find
the
a way to
star
glitch
system.
into the root of the universe now.
Yes. I think it's pretty locked off, but sure, you can try. In fact, uh, they're not quite maps as such, but it's the same concept, but it's a big data set. So more systems added, just the streaming system that comes into play. So what I get from this is there are different maps. They're just connected on a big data structure, aka graph data. And you have each map, and then you have the branches of them. They are not all loaded at the same time, I think was the actual intent of the question. It's not one map that you just load into, even though there's no loading screens as such, in between each map. Nothing like even like
When
anything that's not on
things
screen isn't
stream to the
moving.
client as well as streaming to the server too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Um. But I don't know what the point of the question was. I guess like with the skybox question, is it how far away, I guess, would the skybox be? Is it something that like you can still see the same amount of stars one system over, even though one system is millions, billions of kilometers,
Yeah,
megameters?
I got the same thing out of that too,
Light years.
Shampasta. Like, could you technically fly from one star system to the other without going through the jump point? And the answer is no, because they're not connected that way.
Yeah, that they've gone back and forth on that. Um, I think like with the current system, how they're doing jump points, it would suggest no, because nowhere in the jump point are you between systems. So if you went to the exact middle of a jump point and dropped out just by breaking through the wall, you would be in one of the two. You would not be in nowhere space
Yeah.
and have to find your way back. You will always drop out into one of the two systems you're transferring between.
And in relation to that, question 5: when you jump into a wormhole jump point, do you move physically via coordinates? Which that's kind of what they're talking about. Is it a giant map with you're
Hmm.
just being in one system versus another system is a different coordinate, or is it more of a teleportation system? Actually, that's what's really cool. The way the jumps are made, and this refers back to how they talked about transferring from system to system versus transferring from server to server within a system. The way the jumps are made, when you enter the jump, there's a zone. Imagine it's a big ship or a big train. When the passage opens, all the players who enter the wormhole become part of this train, and as the players move through the passage, the zone moves with you. And the moment you fall into Pyro's authority, into its branch, that's when the zone and the players have arrived in Pyro. Then the train zone is destroyed. Think of it as a big bus, haha. So it's really a change of coordinates, one universe.
AKA, no, you're not moving.
Yeah, you're on a zone, and just like if you were in an entity zone, within a star system, but you're on a new zone that's created for that, and that zone isn't like, as you're going through the jump point, the zone moves. Zone you're technically moving with you, but not really moving because it's not really changing, coordinates as you're moving between the two. But then once you get to a certain point on that path, then you have switched authority from one to the other.
Yeah.
It's no longer shared.
And just so to think about, ignore the visuals of your ship moving forward. all that's happening is you open the jump point. You're in the jump point. The jump point says you're in Stanton, and then during the travel, you're then in Pyro, and then you release. The only movement in coordinates of game coordinates that happens, as far as I understand it, is in Stanton and in Pyro. Coordinates on a map, aka you could teleport by typing coordinates, only happens in each of Stanton and Pyro, or on either side of said jump point, not in the jump point. You can't go to, the 7th segment of the jump point. All right. And then question 6. Question about the rotation of planets and whether at some point we're getting elliptical systems. Do you have any answers to that, Benoit? Actually, we already have the system in place, but they're disabled at the moment. This is orbits, by the way, in case it wasn't obvious from the question, because we've discovered a lot of effects through that. It's something we're going to try to bring back, but it's not the priority at the moment. Our focus is on bringing gameplay into the game, but it does have an effect on it, i.e., if we implement this principle, it will have an impact on the system for changing zones, etc. And foremost, we need to have something stable and solid for the moment before we consider moving on to new system rules like this. Wait, did they disable actually just the planet rotating day-night cycle stuff?
No, I think it. Well, he's talking about orbits, not talking about rotations.
But they said bring back. We never had orbits before.
I think that's a translation thing that they want to they have that they or that there's something they want to bring into the game. He says that we already had the systems in place, never turned on, but they're disabled for the moment, and they want to bring them back. But because it can, if you think about it with with all the way different systems in the game work, if you had things orbiting, how would that affect the way the game runs? With physicalized quantum travel, with missions, with how things hook into, the Star Sim. But what I thought was really interesting, and I forget who's was a Supermax brother was talking about this interview. If they get orbits in like this, it would be really amazing to have the orbits affect the changes, the seasonal changes that they demonstrated, versus just having it be the in-game calendar.
Yeah, or the out-of-game calendar if that's some MMOs too. It'd be really cool if they just had their entirely own dating system, and the date or the calendar system would be changed on every planet.
Mm-hmm.
So you could just jump planets and have an always autumn experience.
Yep. That was it for 6, right?
Yep.
Cool. All right. Question 7. You managed to propose 4.0 to the Evocati before CitizenCon. So congratulations on that. But aren't you disappointed that it's only happening now, whereas your goal for 2023 was a summer 2024 release?
Release.
Benoit, yes, of course, we're not super happy with the timing, which is to say that 324 was a really difficult patch. It brought a lot of features, persistent personal hangars, freight elevator systems that really touched on a lot of systems already in place that were problematic. So there was a whole bunch of under the hood work that they had to do with different databases in order to make these things work, these big ticket features work. And people look at them, they're like, it's just a freight elevator, it's just a hangar. It's not that simple, because all the freight elevators and the hangars interact with backend databases and ownership, and how these things are loaded in and unloaded, stowed, unstowed. And so there's a lot to, for Benoit's tech wizards to work on to get this working. And so that, along with, what came before with the RMQ, really set them back. I talked a bit about this on SC Live last time. There are really 3 systems in the game that are problematic: the air traffic control system, The ASOP terminal system and the transit system. We all know what's wrong with that. Because they're a bit old, we try to update them, but we never have priority over them in that they never have they haven't had a chance to really like not just update but fully refactor them. And then server meshing adds to the complexity, so as 324 really slowed us down. Then in March, during performance testing, we identified that we had to make a detour to install the RMQ system, which gives us better network performance. So we're not entirely happy with our timing, but we're happy with the result in the sense that we can see that the technology is functional and it's really just a first step. As I said in my action reports, we're not chasing numbers, not chasing 1,000, not chasing 2,000. We're chasing a really real quality of gaming experience, what they roll back to and keep up for hours and hours on end to make sure it's stable and maintains performance. We'll go with what's most stable and functional. Not 1,000, not 2,000. Sorry, folks. That's
I
for
also
Q1,
imagine that,
Q2 when we get dynamic.
yeah, I also imagine that the reason we don't have a wide 4.0 is not something's breaking. I don't know what they're testing with these little spurts of 5-hour tests, but I don't think it's like catastrophic. I think they're just like, okay, let's tweak this. Let's tweak this. Okay, here's 4.0. And it's like, Evo, go. I don't think it's gonna be like, okay, add a little bit here, add a little bit here, and then we're just gonna inch our way up to a full Evo. I think it's gonna be they're doing something, and there's gonna be a massive deluge of stuff into
Yeah,
Evo.
they're getting Evo to test the things where if this doesn't work, the game is broken. If you can't pull they've talked about it before. If you can't pull your ship out, if you can't load into the game, if you can't, just do the basics of fly from one place to another, we can't move past that. And so they're nailing down those things, um, and then, but then after that, like, what is there?
Yeah.
Engineering, you know.
I mean, there's a whole bunch of gameplay systems that we don't even know, because there's a lot of social elements, a lot of NPC elements that we don't know of. Obviously, the repair stuff, faction gameplay. Crap, I would have to like pull open the spreadsheet
It's
again.
but it's the big technical things where like,
Yeah,
that's the stuff that Evo is there for. And
fire,
the but when I think of fire, I think of fire engineering and life support as, you know
one thing.
all one thing, because it's all essentially, fire is unique, but you know it's not one of those things where if fire isn't working perfectly, they're not going to move up into PTU.
Or even the waves.
Yeah, that's what I mean. The wave system.
Oh, okay.
But they're not going to
Right.
move up to wave one if people can't get out of their halves, people can't load into the game, people can't pull up their vehicles, or that do the absolute bare minimum.
Yep. Yep. All right. So question 8, more personal question: does Benoit play the game regularly? When when was the last time you played the game, Benoit? Well, I play every day or so. Yes, I'm a big player. I love it. I've wow, trying not to use all the weird like repeats and laughs because I don't read laughs. I made the sim pit at CIG, so at home I've got joysticks, pedals, and a big kit. I'm a games fan in general, aka he knows how to play the game. It's interesting that like if Benoit said like Benoit is a sim gamer, like he loves sim games, and he also loves Star Citizen, and he's the CTO. Sim gamers in the community need to like chill a bit, because a lot of them like you have like all of these like camps of people that get like all upset over the other things being worked on, and I forget what it was about somebody complaining that wasn't the flight thing that wasn't full sim. Like the CTO is a sim gamer, so he's watching over it. He should remove
Well, and
MM. Oh my god,
did you see the
Massimo's
pictures
not
of
going
the
anywhere.
sim pit that he built at
I did not
CIG?
see the picture of it.
Okay, I'll have to find the pictures. And somebody, when they did the tour, because they had all the tours of CIG Manchester, a bunch of people took pictures of the sim pit. I saw a few of them posted, and whoa, yeah.
The fact that it has pedals is a whole nother level.
hmm Um, Question 9. It was a tough question for John Crew because all his ships are his babies, but do you have a favorite ship? And if so, which one? Benoit, yeah, the Hornet. I always want to play the Hornet. The Hornet Mark II is my workhorse. That's for the single seat fighter, and the medium fighter is the Hurricane. I love that ship. With the good hunter, the Hurricane's simply unstoppable. And the big ones, exploration is Carrick 100%. Back when I heard about Carrick, I was really crazy about it, a real fanboy. And as for cargo, I have a little thing with Drake, so it's definitely the Caterpillar. Question 10.
Sure. We saw the panel that they talked about Castra, and we saw Nix 2, but the base building coming up of all the systems, which would you like to settle in? Okay, with base building coming up, which would you like to settle in? Nix to me, it has to be unlawful because I like the action. So for me, it has to be an unlawful, and it's gonna be hot.
It's going to be hot.
Is there anywhere to settle in Nix, though? I don't think you can settle in Nix. Oh, no, there is planets. Never mind. I'm dumb. It's fine. Eh.
Nix 1, there's like, it's one of those like lifeless worlds. There's really nothing there. Nix 2, there's abandoned mining facilities. A lot of that. Nix 3 is like an ice giant or gas giant. I forget which. Same thing. But asteroid bases. Oh, yeah.
Which is not a thing even nearly in the map.
What?
They even not owning them, not building them, not living in them.
Oh, I'm going to own one. Not on paper. But I'm going to squat down and pee on it and mark it as my own. Question 11. Another question about server meshing, which is
It's the big
potentially
one.
dynamic. With servers managing small zones, generally on planets, what about more global events? How are they managed? Are the servers managing them? I'm referring in particular to cloud movement or something that hasn't been mentioned for a long time, the movement of stars, because I think that might be pretty complicated. Benoit says, yeah, actually, on a technical level, we have game servers. There are the others that are part of the mesh, the server mesh. We also have replicants, which take care of the networking. So at the moment in 4.0, we have a replicant and then several game servers that distribute the zones to each other. So the system is able to assign a server to a zone. So we can make sure that wherever there are players, there's good performance, right? The further we get into implementing dynamic mesh, the more responsive it's going to be. So, folks, if everyone goes off in an 890 jump, well, we're going to give the 890 jump a server. Okay, it's a bit silly, but that's it. That's what's cool, you know? And now there are other levels to this. That's what we call star services. Again, star services, which are game servers that aren't assigned to a shard, but take care of the overall universe. They run the game server. It's the same fundamental core of the software, but they're only there to respond to calls for remote procedures to coordinate several shards together. So things like dynamic weather, for example, are something that can be put into a service and used by every shard. So these are things where it's this particular server running this particular service would be running this service for every shard, because every shard would be the same. All the planets would have the same weather. They'd all be on the same cycle. You wouldn't have to have multiple versions or multiple copies of that service scaling up as the number of servers and players and such come online. Unlike with the actual dedicated game servers or the replicants, where it's based off of the load and how much demand there is. Another guy mumbles in French to make sure he understood what Benoit explained. Exactly. Everything that's voice over IP is voice servers. Everything that's social is the group manager and so on. So there are services like that. The entity graph, which handles all the game's persistence. are also services that are partly in the game server, but they're deployed as services that serve everything. One of the big elements we're currently working on for 4.0, which is a hot feature, is the mission system. So, for example, the mission system in 323 or even 324, when you accept a mission or a contract, it creates a mission entity on the server. In fact, it's located at 0.0 of the universe. It's an invisible entity, obviously, that persists and follows you, but it's there. Today, you can't have that anymore because now 0.0 is another server. So now we're in the process of moving all mission systems, but into services that will be able to serve all shards. We're talking about Contract Broker, for example, which takes care of all your contracts that are available in your mobiGlas. There's also the Mission Factory, which takes care of creating missions in the game and coordinating the game servers. For example, if I have a delivery mission, we'll create an entity at the first location and another entity at the drop location, and that'll make it possible to follow up. The marker system has also been released. For example, something as simple as a party marker in another system, it's really hard to do in the old model. In the old model, you just put in a marker. But now with the new architecture, you have to have a service dedicated to that. So there you have it. It's all about extracting what's in the current game server, PU, into services that will enable us to manage this more widely. Interviewer, so we can understand clearly why 4.0 takes so much time. Haha. Thanks for your time, Benoit.
Ba-doop-ba-doop.
Yeah. This is when they talked about the hybrid, yeah, and the replication layer being a part of the hybrid. The hybrid contains the replication layer, but it's the hybrid service. It's a conglomeration of multiple services that are currently run on the single game server for the shard that need to be split off of that hybrid service for that shard and that server into a service that can be talking to multiple shards, or all the shards, based off of the demand for that service, and what it needs to be able to do,
Yeah,
as well as to
basically,
be
if
able to
anything needs,
communicate with all the servers within a shard versus
yep,
just one.
yeah, basically, if anything needs to talk to two or more servers in the mesh, whether that be replication lane or not, it is a service.
Yep.
So there
And
will be
so,
an economy service.
yeah. That's it for that interview. So let's go ahead, and I'm going to move us back to the other screen. I'll close that tab and then move us back, and it gives me a nice little timestamp for uploading to YouTube later.
All right, I need to go get some water while we're kind of transitioning, so I'll be right back.
Cool. Close that tab, bring up these two things. And then once Naz comes back, we'll switch back screens and we'll get into day one of CitizenCon. So the Brave New Worlds presentation on Genesis, a social universe, which was looking at all the social technologies, org stuff, things with the Moby. Dress to Kill, not looking at the cosplay competition. Cool, but not something we need to give our reactions to. Dress to Kill, Beyond Pyro, and then Redacted. And so what I have done is I've pulled up the YouTube videos that were uploaded for each of those presentations, and I'll have them playing on mute in the background while Naz and I talk about our thoughts, so there's something visually to look at. But then, obviously we're not going to be going for as long as CitizenCon went. Once we've talked about our thoughts and we're moving on to the next panel, I'll just click next. But yeah, that's the plan for the next part of the show, and we'll do the same thing for the next episode, where we look at crafting your home, captains of industry, and the star is my destination. Smoofy Joe Bob says, the org stuff made me remember that I'll need to update and maintain my org page, for fuck's sake. Brave New Worlds was boring to you? Oh God, I was on the edge of my seat with Brave New Worlds, because what they're doing is
Sean.
yeah.
Who is it? Who's saying it's boring? Shampasta, how dare you?
Yeah, how dare. More like Boring New Worlds, am I right?
Holy crap. The
it's
only
so
thing that I
cool.
found, there's only a single note of disappointment, and I'm pretty sure it's only because all they showed was mostly theoretical, was the clusters, or the Yeah, the clusters didn't have roads between them.
Yeah.
That was
Yeah,
my
they,
only point of upsetness.
yeah, without showing the in-engine demo of a planet with the clusters. Yeah, like those were static images, and it's like, okay, static image is cool, but I need to see it. Base building, okay, cool. What do you think informs your base building?
Yeah.
Genesis.
Are we talking about it yet?
Yeah. Let me switch screens.
Okay. Because I got a lot to say about like resources and things.
But we're not there yet. So let's.
No.
So here's the schedule that everybody remembers. We're starting off with Brave New Worlds, and so what we're gonna do is we're gonna recap the description, just like we did for our expectations episode. I'll read. I'll start first because I wanted to hear Naz's thoughts about Brave New Worlds. He's more technically minded, especially with all this engine stuff. I wanted to hear his thoughts first, just like we did for the expectations. So I'll read the description, and then he'll read the description for Social Universe, and we'll take turns responding, giving our reactions first and second. But like I said, we'll have the panel playing in the background, but on mute, so that way we can talk. But while we have, we'll have pictures. So yeah, let's see. So, Brave New Worlds, introducing Genesis, the innovative suite of technologies and processes within Star Engine that breathe life into truly immersive worlds, achieving the fidelity and scale required to fill an entire universe. An entire universe. They're not mincing words here, people.
They're also not saying 100 star systems.
An entire universe. That's what they're talking about. Because this system doesn't just do planets with, isn't just to do planets with trees and plants and animals. If they tell it, hey, I want I want Bullseye that's covered in craters and has noxious gases and blah blah blah, Genesis will make it, and Genesis will be like, really? That's all you wanted from me? You're really wasting my time with this?
What is my purpose? To hit that button.
Yeah, because it's alive. Yeah, how much universe? An entire fucking universe. The whole fucking thing. All right, playing the panel. Nazeris, tell me what you thought about Brave New Worlds.
A lot of my current things I had to say about it, I didn't think of, excuse me, until watching the Nubify video. Apparently, he was a geospatial engineer for the Canadian Army. So a lot of the first phase of Genesis was literally what he did on a day in day out basis.
I'm gonna have to go back and watch that because I didn't know that. That's cool.
I didn't connect. I honestly took each phase as its own panel. They're freaking not. Genesis, I don't know why I didn't think of this the first watch through. Genesis places buildings and stuff. Like it's not you Genesis builds the environments and then a separate thing in the Genesis lineup builds the buildings on it. No, it's all freaking Genesis. It is all based on the data set. And another thing he mentioned, Newfire, that is, about, as your point, base building and resource finding, because it's all rule based, everything in Genesis is going to be rule based, and I like to use the analogy of recipes. Everything's going to have a recipe. Where different resources spawn, what trees, what creatures spawn has a recipe that Genesis will run into as it generates things, and so anything that follows that recipe will then spawn there. Stuff like where good ore is, or like good gold or decent copper and things will have a recipe where they spawn. So people who get good with scanning and surveying will actually be able to get good at finding geology that will give them good places to mine.
Yeah, start
And
here
something
for your scanning, and then branch out. Like, if I'm looking for this, it would make sense for it to be around here. This is where I'm going to start my scan, rather than just like, let's just push the scan button and see what we find.
Yeah. Like, find mountains. Maybe that's a good place to start looking for gold. So, I think that's really, really cool. We finally got how we're getting weather, which I can't say enough good things about, especially the demo they showed with the weather having wind effects that actually affect literally everything. I think my biggest wish list thing for ISC was what the heck does white box plants mean?
Yeah,
Because
yeah.
like
They had
look
the
so
little thing at
good.
the bottom. Yeah, they're like white box assets, and I'm like, that's white box.
Freaking
What?
ship it! Like I don't.
How is that? You know, and I mean, it's really just the okay. You can have white box at high high quality, but it's at this level of doneness to them. But it's like,
I guess
what more are you gonna do with it?
I know, right? That's what I want to know. Another thing that I think we talked about right before the show. They are no longer placing biomes. So when they came on stage, like, look swamps, look red jungles and red food forests. I'm like, okay, you're gonna place these around. These look really cool. I didn't understand at a fundamental level. They are no longer painting planets. They are no longer painting biomes. They are no longer telling the system where to place biomes. Like I said, it's a recipe system. When the data of Genesis spits out low wetlands and all the data lines up, it will dynamically, procedurally put a swamp there because the recipe for a swamp lines up with what has been generated and it pops up a swamp.
And
Same
there
with
will be no
redwoods,
like
same with
hard
jungles.
line between swamp and redwood. It's
And they
based
get,
off of things change, it will merge. You know,
I think it was the last CitizenCon before the break, before we went into all not in person, where they showed Google Maps satellites or NASA satellite images of Earth, and they showed this really zoomed out part of a jungle and how it very slowly faded away, and how Earth has all of these like diverse biomes and things. They wanted to recreate that
yep.
with a biome paintbrush. There are only so many. Like let's just say you have an entire RGB layout for the amount of biomes you can do. That still only gives you 3 colors or 3 biomes plus transitions. I know you can like technically do all these things. Sure, we're just 1, 2, 3.
And
And you
the
can blend
overlap
between them.
isn't logically based. It's just more of a you took the blur tool on Photoshop to your
Yeah,
planet and you blur the
there is
line
a
between them.
for any not artist driven or not artist like painting like tool like Adobe or something. There is a countable number of transitions between colors. And there has to be, because you can't have an infinite amount of things because computers don't know what a perfect round sphere is. Um, and so with Genesis, with just the first panel, you are able to make infinite amount of biomes
I pause
just full
this right
stop.
here. Yeah, because what you're talking about is on screen right now. Like what they like.
No
That we could not have
limitation
timed
of
that better.
number of biomes. It's perfect. It's perfect. Like
Extreme density when appropriate.
when
You know,
appropriate. Like it's not like every forest will be like no view. But it's not like every forest in Stanton now is almost no trees. It will be procedural and data, like procedural doesn't add up to what they've done here. Like it's almost a cheapening of Genesis to call it procedural. Data driven, I think, is a much more apt kind of like tone for
yeah.
it.
Procedural is what No Man's Sky does, and that's just randomization. It isn't data driven. It isn't logical data. Logically data driven
And yes,
because
this we're
they
being very semantic about this. Like technically,
yeah
procedural is this, but like yes,
it's
yeah, it.
procedurally generating it based off of logical data,
Mhm.
and because that let's build a planet. That's why
Yeah,
this system is so nuts.
and what
Because
I had. Sorry, go ahead.
oh, sorry, no, continue.
Okay,
You're going.
what
I'm
I
just
had
riffing off you,
before.
man.
So what I had in the expectation mail is I said, I believe Genesis is a term for the whole suite of planet tech tools, and a few we do not know how with server meshing they'll be able to build 80 plus star systems in less than 100 years. I only got the half right. I think Genesis as a base tool is an evolution of a lot of things like Starchitect we've seen evolve over the past couple of years from the Rastar tool. I think the Phase 1 Genesis is completely new. And we have a couple other systems that we've seen iterations of. But I think as far as a suite of tools we already knew, I think I got that pretty much wrong. But it is how with server meshing they're going to be able to do 80 plus star systems in less than 100 years. So yeah.
And
okay.
Smithy Joe Bob, I'm not saying that like, and I don't mean that No Man's Sky is completely random. It does have rules and such, but it isn't data driven by logical data. Like it isn't. No Man's Sky isn't making realistic planets. That's
Yeah,
the data. Like they talked about this at CitizenCon last year. They're using data from like NASA and not just for Earth to create planet. Like if they want a smog planet, they're going to use data from Venus in order to inform the development of a smog planet.
Yeah. And like I said, we're just being pedantic. Technically, Genesis and No Man's Skies are both procedural. They're both data driven. All procedural games are data driven. It's just what data they're given and what kind of an outcome is gotten from said procedural or data. So, like with Minecraft, their data driven approach is a single seed informs the entire map. With Star Citizen, the data has like 10 different values on every point of the map. So it's just their Star Citizen's data-driven effects are at a whole nother level above that of, well, leagues in front of Minecraft, but definitely a class above No Man's Skies. Not to put No Man's Skies down, but they went for a different kind of thing. And No Man's Skies and like Starfield both have very similar ways of going about it. But they went for a much more random procedural randomness instead of
infinite
this
variety.
Makes sense to be here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, infinite variety versus a logical creation.
Mm-hmm.
And
that's what I got.
Yeah, so like it for when we were talking about this before in terms of expectations, like I expected them to talk about, they're going to have because I talked about some of this last year with the just barely glossing over Planet Tech V5, and I expected some of this in terms of instead of painting the planets, it's going to be I expected what we got shown, but light. What they showed us is an order of magnitude more detail and more data into the simulation to drive the creation of planets than I was expecting. So I was like, okay, I had an idea, but then I was like, okay, I was on the right track, but they took it 10 steps further. And that's
Right
like
track,
big
wrong
giant
level.
steps. Yeah, not but that was just for the like biome creation, essentially. Like the fact that everything is everything they showed is data driven, and it's all using the same. That's the thing, is you're not creating a separate data set for the plants and the trees, a separate data set for the weather, a separate data set for the animals. It's one data set, and that's what drives all of these things. So that's that was the incredible part. Like right here, you're showing off the rocks, and they're going to talk about the rocks. The rock scatter is data driven. Like everything about it is data driven and logically based off of realistic rule sets for how you would create planets. And this is them creating an Earth-like, and that's why they showed it off to us, because the tree, it's something that we can relate to. But
and they have two major Earth-like places coming up, being Castor and Terra.
Yeah, you've got Castra, Castra, Terra, and Gen. Gen is a
Yeah,
terraformed planet. Um,
I meant the systems, but yeah.
yeah, but yeah, you've got 3 planets and 2 systems that will use the fuck out of this. And but everything, this is the rule sets. Now, obviously, what the system does with the rules for the creation of a smog planet or a coreless rocky planet, are going to be different. But building the system to do that is what's important, and that's what they're doing. They just showed us the really pretty part, and really if you can do you can do a lifeless rocky planet with next to no atmosphere, or a smog planet, not that big of a deal compared to doing a planet with infinite biomes and infinite diversity and such, based off of logical, a planet full of life. And that's what was crazy to me, is that they kept on referring back to it uses Genesis data, uses the data from Genesis to do all these things, to take what we've seen before. That's the crazy part, is they're doing compare and contrast. Like,
Hmm.
here's what we had before, here's what it looks like with data. Here's what we had before, here's what it looks like with data for all of these aspects of um, the planets. Smithy, I don't know how you can't think that this is groundbreaking. I don't know
It's
any
no,
other
no,
game that
no.
does
He's
this.
right. Like this is the same crap that they've been running. Even what is it called? The first RPG, because that also had procedural dungeons. It is nothing that hasn't already been done. It's just being done in the Star Citizen way,
Yeah,
being freaking blown way out of proportion into a whole league of its own. It
it's like
is
server
the
meshing.
like.
Server meshing has been done in much more simplified ways, in ways that don't scale to do what
Mhm.
Star Citizen needs. I've never seen any game that does this for in a realistic, believable
the
universe,
cl-
to
the
create
closest
realistic,
thing.
believable planets procedurally. Like, I've played a lot of No Man's Sky,
Mhm.
and that's why I don't play a lot of No Man's Sky anymore, because
The
it didn't
closest thing I
felt
see to
really
something like this
believable.
is city builders, and I don't know if their ground data is at all procedural or is it just mapped manually. But a lot of city builders have like subterranean data layers, groundwater, fertility of soil and stuff like that. That is like and they only have like, I think it's 4 kilometer square tiles, and they have maybe like 20 tiles. Like nothing on this level. And this is a first person universe. Like, yes, it is still procedural generation. Yes, it is the fundamentals back when was it? It wasn't Rogue. Yes, it was Rogue. Rogue, the original RPG, procedurally generated dungeons. I'm pretty sure it did. Um, like that's so much more than that.
Hey, thanks so much for the
Based,
gift in that sub.
even though it is based on the same principles.
Yeah, it's taking proc gen and multiplying it by 1,000 to get what you're seeing on screen. And what you're seeing on screen for all sorts of different places. But like, I've never been to a planet in No Man's Sky that felt like it was a realistic planet, nor was it anywhere remotely the scale of what Star Citizen does. Like, and I'm not digging on No Man's Sky. It's a fun game. It's a cool game, but they do things differently. The goals are different. And I don't think it's reasonable to compare what No Man's Sky does to what CIG is doing. If CIG is using actual planetary data from NASA versus, okay, yeah, they've got a procedural rule-based system, but what's it driven by? Is it driven by, you know, realistic data and things that are meant to be believable in a lifelike universe? If the end result is play space, it's if the end result is place. If all you care about is play space, then yeah, it doesn't matter. But if you want play space that is in a first-person universe that is also a 900 years in our future first-person universe, this is how you get it. Like it'd be one thing if this was a fantasy land, but it's not meant to be a fantasy land. It's 900 years in humanity's future, and meant to be Earth-like planets that are recognizable and planets that were terraformed based off of what humans would want from a terraformed planet.
Yeah, if you
Yeah,
could name one
and it
other
doesn't look like
game,
a cartoon.
one other, let's even go tech demo. Name one other tech demo that does procedural generation, not just doesn't look cartoony, but name one that has a data set that will make believable environments even within their own lore. Starfield and No Man's Sky do not. They make random. With their procedural generation, they make random.
Yeah,
You always
random with
find
rules, but still
bugs.
randomized. Yeah,
Like things that were not supposed to go together because random met random and made some problem. It's not just that it is procedural generation. It is procedural generation.
what?
That is the most disgusting you could ever
It's
have
the
pulled out.
worst example, Smithy. The worst example.
That is not procedural. It is, well, I don't know how they actually, I guess technically procedural. They looked at a planet and said, yes, that's this color and it has these height of ridges. Go. No trees, no rocks, no ground texture or whatever the heck. They picked a color and they slapped some buildings on it. Heck, it could have been Minecraft rules. Not anywhere near this level. They don't have subterranean layers. They don't have moisture content. Do they even have any? This is an honest question. Do they even have any plants with trees on them in Elite?
Or weather?
Well, weather's completely different. But yeah, do they have any like oxygen-rich plants? I've never seen any. Maybe a little better. A lot better. Also, you don't have load screens. Use NASA data to generate entire galaxy. Yeah, by eyedrop, but not by data set. They looked at the sky and said, "This is this type of planet. Okay, it's this color, and it's supposed to be this bumpy."
Yeah. I don't think I've ever seen an
That's the
elite
point. I don't
planet
think anything can
that is
compare.
this.
Yeah. Imperial Galactic File generates its galaxies. I actually follow the guy who is in charge of Elite or Imperion's system. It is good, but it is still service level procedural generation. I've looked into using his system to build my own game. It's a very good system, but it is still surface level. Nothing subterranean. And I don't mean caves. I mean the data sets that go below, the water content, the quality of soil. Like quality of soil is actually a really big thing. Because it changes how the game's able to produce anything, especially trees, rocks, biomes in general. Is that quality of soil, and that quality of soil is going to be something that we actually have to think about when building bases for farming, which is amazing, and it also will inform farms at NPC outposts.
Yeah, that was the everything they showed you, other than like, and even the sound sim was affected by it. But everything they showed you is driven by the data
I don't know how I missed that
for that
entire
planet.
slide. Emergent biomes. I don't know how I missed that literally every time they said it.
Yeah. I get that, like, and you made the example, like, proc gen is a thing. This is taking proc gen to another level because they have a higher quality bar that they want to hit, and they have different goals that other games did not have, which is fine for other games, but it's not fine for Star Citizen. It's not basically fine for what we'd expect. But it also, doing this, gives us that same, a much higher quality bar at a level of production that they can get. And I get that this was very technical and a lot of words and verbiage that people won't care about, but the end
No, they
result
didn't
is
reinvent
something
LODs.
incredible.
They did not reinvent LODs. They just moved around performance of LODs to make it run better. LODs are still a thing. They
Yeah.
they didn't do the whole nanite thing with infinite scalable or infinite polygons at any scale.
Yeah, that part of the breaking it down into the tile based system, that part lost me a little bit. Like I understand the way it works, but I didn't have any context of what to compare that to for before. So I was like, okay, cool, great. That looks like it works great. It didn't, I knew that it didn't
Moving
work
along
well
the
before,
generations,
but
the GPU lets them have special
yeah,
things
yeah,
because
parallelism.
GPUs
And,
are built for crunching numbers.
yep. Um,
Why people mine crypto with them, because they're built for crunching numbers. Thing is,
it,
CG is really great marketing to take away from official. That's cool.
I didn't. No one is saying they invented ProcGen. We're just saying that they took ProcGen and gave it the
Everyone gives
rules
their
and the
procedural
data
generation a
sets.
name.
Yeah, and like I don't know why you wouldn't try to market this. This is great, and
What
this
is
is just the basic result, and it looks amazing. And it's not just the trees and the biomes. That's the thing. Is this whole presentation was, hey, we can create data to say, okay, these are these are the data points in the fields that we want to have, and we can tell the system this is the planet that we want, and and it will make it, and it'll make it
for
at a level of detail and scale and cover a whole bunch of things that isn't just the biomes, but it's all the things that they showed off as being driven by one data set, which is nuts.
reference Galactic Empyrean or whatever it's called, the not space engineers, calls the developer of the procedural engine for Galactic Empyrean Survival, whatever the heck it is, calls his version of procedural generation Terrain Engine. There's also stuff like World Machine or Terrain Engine, or not Terrain Engine, or TerraGen. Like lots of people build procedural generation tools and name them and market them. That's
Yeah,
also not a CIG thing. We're not talking about building, inventing, marketing the tools and procedural generation. All we're talking about are what Genesis does and how cool Genesis is. And
and
that is
yeah,
a more
what it's capable of.
thorough example of procedural generation than either of us have seen before. That is all we're saying.
Yeah, the Genesis gives a procedural generation result that covers far more than I've seen from other games, because it's the biomes, it's the weather, it's the life on the planet. Not just the trees, it's the flora and the fauna, it's the points of interest, it's the resources on the planet. In terms of like what you can mine and what you can gather, what you could farm.
Yeah, I like Aether Drifts. Like,
Yeah,
backers are always asking what they're spending money on. We're getting X, Y, and Z. This is them telling us that's on.
yeah.
Yep.
People have been asking them, how are you going to speed up the development of star systems now that server meshing isn't going to be a blocker? That's the reason this is the first panel. And if you put this into context with so many other presentations and talks over the years where, hey, this is what we need to do in order to ramp up production of star systems. If you go back to what Tony Z said at the initial quantum sim presentation in 2019, he talked about this in vague terms of what they need to do, and where they need to go. And this is, planets and POI, they're going to have to do a whole lot more, like in terms of proc gen of building interiors and stuff. That's a whole other can of worms, but at least this is going to get us the planets built with the PO, the POI placed and done, and everything up to and including landing zones, or up to landing zones, not including landing zones. Now, landing zones and everything else is a whole other can of worms. But Naz and I talked about, we were talking about we doing a sit rep on our road to 100 pardon me, Road to
Yep.
100 star systems spectrum pulse scanner anomaly that we did. I forget what it was, because we talked about the tools
It was
that they
Pulse,
use. Yeah,
Spectrum Pulse, because it
yeah,
was all over people talking about how we're gonna get there.
yeah. Because they have other tools for doing gas clouds and asteroid fields and asteroid belts and space stations, and other things like that. But the fact that we will be able to have a planet that they can subdivide with dynamic server meshing based off of large volumes of players with thousands of points of interest, not including the ones that are player created, and a planet that looks this good and feels this believable and is full of, like they talked about in the description, full of life. That's just nuts to me. And granted, this probably has a lot of development left to go, but just like every other tool that they developed, we'll be getting the results of said tool in game before that tool even ends up at the 1.0. Points of
I hope they
interest and
put
stuff.
Genesis. I hope they put Genesis on the roadmap tomorrow.
Oh yeah, that is tomorrow.
Because yeah, yeah. And we should have in a week we'll have another month report.
Yep. Yeah.
So as soon as we can, we'll probably be back here doing. Well, we got day 2 to cover, and we have the Roadmap Roundup month report. So we gotta get moving on these things.
Yeah. And there was like a few other little things, like, so I was a firefighter for years. I did a lot of wildland firefighting. Like one thing that really stuck out to me is like the and like I said, it's logical based off of real world data and how these things, the southern slope of a mountain versus the northern slope of the mountain in terms of how much sun it gets and your your density of foliage and trees, the what we call fuel levels based off of moisture and sun content. Like the
Are they
previous
said if
system
trees are
didn't
gonna be
do that.
burnable?
They joked about forest fires. I don't know. We'll see. But
When did they joke
yeah,
about forest fires? That's not a joke. That's terrible.
yeah. I mean, the way they talked about fire, and I think maybe they mentioned it in an SCL, but they talked about it's like everything. It's a procedural system. It should work everywhere. And they're like, so yeah, forest fires. And like, yeah, I don't see why not. You the
That's
trees will
terrifying.
eventually
Now that we have
be
such dense areas,
yeah.
what
The
happens if
trees will
somebody starts a
be
fire?
eventually it'll burn itself out, or dynamic weather will come in and put it out, just like in real life. Oh man, if you can have will your your base insurance be covered? What happens if there's a forest
You get
fire?
flooded forest fire insurance for your
Yeah,
base.
what happens if there's a
Oh my
flood?
god, no. They have
Hmm.
so many parody IRL commercials to make for
Yeah,
like insurance at like they should totally put in, honestly, they should totally put in random Moby Glass calls talking
Smokey
about
the
your
boreal
ship's limited
stalker.
warranty.
Yeah. um
Oh my gosh, that'd be
I
so
did love the mass improvement in the pop in of terrain and assets, the better and more logical object scatter. Um, I loved the physical interaction like they're showing here. There was a lot of incredible things that they showed off that looked really good, and it's white box.
Yep. To borrow something from Todd Howard that borrowed it from Half-Life, it just works.
Yeah.
Like the
Well,
rules are in place, they go and it works.
yeah, and then the system for the NPCs and basically life in general reacting to changes in the environment. So that way, if a player places something, that the it the NPCs recognize that there's been a change in the environment, or this is a thing, that's a thing, and a NPC can navigate and react to whether it's player generated or game generated changes in their environment. The NPCs uh, having their field of view change by light dynamic, light and sound dynamically. It's it the way they portrayed it all. It made everything. it gave me a lot of confidence in the scale of content that can be delivered in the sandbox environment of the universe beyond just the specifically curated designed aspects,
So who is it?
making it all
Socially
feel
confused
curated even though it
said.
isn't.
Socially confused says these swamps and forests were RDR2, Red Dead Redemption 2 quality, if not better. Red Dead Redemption 2 has a 29 square mile map. This is on millions of kilometers scale. That's what we're talking about with the magnificence of Genesis. That's able to make this quality of a handmade 29 square mile map. I imagine they use some sort of procedural like brushes and things to build the map. But they're able to push button go on an entire planet and get it done within a couple weeks,
The,
if that.
yeah, they didn't even talk about time frame, but they were able to paint planets in a matter of weeks. And this
And
is
this is
all
fill out a form. That's something we mentioned before. This is fill out a questionnaire, basically, and you have a planet. And then it's just like, refresh. I like that one.
fishies.
Fishies.
No, but I get what you're saying. Socially confused because yeah, like this right here. This is cool. Is it the best in all of gaming? No, but the fact that they can do this procedurally and it looks and works as good at white box is pretty incredible. Um, the other thing that was crazy to me is they kept on showing like, hey, here are
Yeah,
the
no, right.
plants that we created. Those aren't individual assets. Those are examples of what those plants will look like based off of the data. And so the plants can scale based off of the nutrients, the moisture, the sun, where they are on the map, related to the aspect of the terrain, all of that. It's all and that's why they get infinite variety out of those plants. Anything from here all the way up to here. It isn't a matter of like, oh, you've only got 5 models of this type of plant, and that's all you're going to see repeated. No, you get everything in between, and that's how you get this level of detail in their biomes.
On a side note, I don't think GTA 6 can afford not to launch on PC.
I
Because
don't
like
know.
that's where like most of their players are, isn't it?
I haven't played GTA in a while just
I've
because it
never
just
played a
doesn't.
GTA game, so
Oh, I've played a lot of them, but it just once you've played one, you've played them all, and it's not interesting to me anymore. I don't find it entertaining at all.
Rockstar always delays like 2 years. Wow. Even Sony knows like they gotta start releasing stuff on PC. Wow.
And before we move on to a social
Investor said
universe,
in a call they confirmed that PC version of Grand Theft Auto 6 doesn't exist yet. Holy, that's a bad move. That is just a bad move in my opinion. Oof.
I
Yeah,
can't
you were
wait
like,
for weather, but not only weather, but it's weather driven by data. And so the weather
absolutely.
will be constantly changing, and have a degree of predictability, but it's data driven. It isn't just randomized, it's data driven.
Radar Ranger is going to freaking love this.
Yeah.
I don't know if
Um,
anyone here knows who Radar Ranger is. He is the CEO of My Radar. He put all of the moons in Stanton into My Radar for a time. He launched a satellite with Star Citizen's logo into actual real world space. Um, he's on he's on the captain's table pretty regularly now.
mhm.
Um, a complete nerd and an awesome guy. But he loves weather and meteorology. He is going to be so psyched about trying to like
Be a
weather
space
cast weather
meteorologist.
space meteorologist. And God, CIG, please give us the tools to do so. Like, who is it? Is it HubNet that does the news in lore in universe news?
Yeah, they're one of there's a few people to do it, but yeah, they're one of them.
Yeah. So like if Radar Ranger could get a character and be the meteorologist for that, that'd be just freaking cool.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, even though this is sped up 20 times, like, God, that looks so cool. And then you've got,
Could you imagine being there and like working on like something as the like storm rolls in?
mm-hmm, and the rain and the temperature change, and lightning, or, and this is right here. You're up in the mountains and it suddenly starts snowing and you're not prepared for it. Welcome to the real world. Like, you and your character, you go up in the mountains to go hiking and you smoke, God knows whatever, and then you have to call for rescue because that's like half of my SAR missions that I go on is go find somebody who's high and lost in the mountains. But
Jeez.
things getting wet, puddles forming, like, yeah.
Yeah, this looked Unreal Engine tech demo level of amazing to me. Like this is the crap Battlefield was putting out around the time ray tracing, NVIDIA ray tracing came out. Like, and the fact that this is again an entire freaking planet that's not raining somewhere else, and this is all just data driven procedurally. Just it is literally a dream come true for this kind of system. I'm sure Chris Roberts is very happy with this system.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was really glad that they were able to do this whole sequence in engine. At
Live,
one of
not
yeah
live,
live,
but like
not
it
live, but
was a
recorded in
playthrough.
engine. It's a playthrough at one of the new fobs. That they plop down, on this planet that they made with all this weather stuff. Like, that's nuts.
Yeah. So I forget where they said it. I don't know if it was in the panel or after the show. No, it was after the show. It was in one of the interstitials. This entire demo was not scripted. They had to go set this up and hope that their generation would just give them a storm. That is what they had to do to get this thing to work. They had to just, and like all photographers do, they had to play with the weather.
I like the
Not like
sound too, as
with.
like the wind is pushing things around, but you've got the cloth tech over here. You got the wind
Mm-hmm.
moving entities around, which creates the dynamic sound. As things are moving, you can hear the rain falling on the roof of the Zeus.
Mm. Do you reckon there is a game studio out there that can take full advantage of UE5? No,
Yes,
I don't.
I think there is, but they could, but they won't because they'll be limited by a publisher.
No, so the reason I say I don't is because every game is different, and game engines that are built for general purposes will have things that only some people need.
Mm-hmm.
For instance,
Oh, wouldn't use all the features for the game because it's not
exactly, take
necessary. Okay.
full advantage. So the tech that they're using for breaking up. I don't know what that sound was. Oh, it was cats fighting. They have an instancing thing for the map, which they actually moved into inborn server meshing in Unreal Engine 5, which is how Ashes of Creation is working on their stuff. That's in Unreal Engine 5. So they're actually helping out Unreal Engine to get a engine-based server meshing kind of thing, but it's locked to 2D. So for stuff like Star Atlas, Simpasto, maybe Simpasto was saying, yeah. They won't be able to use their version of server meshing because it's only 2D. It's only on a 2D plane. So they're going to need stuff outside of that. They're not going to use this inborn server meshing. And then, like, graphically, Star Atlas is taking very much full advantage graphically of it, but is not going to take full advantage, so it's not using the procedural, or it's not using the server meshing, it's using the graphic side. And then stuff like Ashes of Creation probably isn't using a lot of the brunt of the stuff that they could be doing with the editor or the renderer because it's a medieval game, not a sci-fi game. So there's different things that they will use for a 2D game. Like every engine, both Unreal and Unity, every commercially available engine will have 2D and 3D things. And so there's no way to take full what was the word? full advantage of a commercial engine because they are built general use, and so
Mhm.
there will always be things that you can't use because it's just not your game.
Or that you don't have
Starless is
available
also
to
using
you.
crypto. Yes,
Yeah.
it is indeed.
That weather sim made me want, like in our helicopters, or the newer
You get
helicopters.
struck by lightning.
Well, God, dear God, no. Like somebody's like, I'm surprised the spaceship got taken down by lightning. It's like, a lightning is a lot of electricity. Electronics hate lightning. And if you're in your little Aurora and your shields aren't charged, and you get zapped by however many million volts that is, yeah, your electronics are going to be really pissed off. Um,
Yep.
this is why we don't fly into lightning. The Hollywood makes it
What?
seem like it's like, oh, people do that all the time. It's like, yeah, it's risky. It's no big deal. No, we do not. We have weather tracking that tells us, okay, lightning is likely to happen here. You go around, 1.21 gigawatts. Um, but this is like, you had the really poor visibility,
Yeah.
and I really
Minimum
want,
is 60 FPS. Recommended is 90.
yeah, I really
But
wanted
there's a
to,
reason they're going to be able to do it, and that's foveated rendering.
yeah, I really want us to have a sort of system that, you know, like when, I'm hoping that we get a system where, based off of, you've got your scanner, so based off of your radar, it is actively, you can turn it on at night or in poor weather, and it will give you when you do a radar ping, it'll give you that out to the ability of your scanner based off of how much interference you have, whether it's weather and such. And so that way,
Mhm.
okay, you have bad weather, and electromagnetic interference interfering with your scanner. Okay, well, you don't want to fly faster than your radar thing can see, so don't go into nav mode. Fly at 150 meters per second until you get clear of the weather. As well as like having a thing that generates a UI flight path for you, so that way okay, this is how I'm going to get to my destination. Based off of a pathing system, um, rather than just, oh, I'm going to fly blindly into a storm and hopefully I don't run into a side of a mountain, because that's how people die all the time nowadays. And so, um, yeah. Let's move on to the next panel. So let's see. It's this one. Oh, get back to the beginning. Social universe.
So I think the people's problem was an aircraft is designed to withstand lightning strikes both in air and on the ground. Blah de blah de blah de blah de blah. I forget who was talking. I think it was Paul. I think it was on his 24-hour thing. It's a veggie game. Like nobody wants to be and you just fly through it and you'll be fine. Nobody wants that. That's just not interesting. Having to be afraid of storms is interesting, even though it's not realistic. It's a game. Or as Eddie Izzard, I think it was Eddie Izzard. It's a movie. I don't think it was Eddie Izzard. I don't know. One of the comedians. Um, like they have to do things or they
No
want to do
pilot
things,
flies into weather where lightning is predicted or likely. You
even though they
avoid that.
could.
Yeah, it could. It could. Good luck. It could. But lightning, like, a lightning strike will fuck you up. It will fuck your aircraft up. There's a reason, part of the reason jetliners fly so high is to get over weather. And they will not take
Is
off
that
in
why they get
certain
high?
weather. Yeah.
All right. Are you starting with social universe this time or am I?
You're reading it, so I'm starting.
Got it. A social universe. It's the people you meet, the bonds you form, that truly bring the universe to life. Dive into how we're evolving social features to maximize your adventures, from personal one-on-one interactions to massive gatherings with hundreds or even thousands of players.
Um, so,
Right? What did I
th-
say?
what?
I don't know. Shabazz is a good one as I don't know what I said.
Oh, yeah. It was good. I don't know what it was,
What
but
was
it was
good?
good.
Oh, okay.
This is one of those things where it's like, I feel like this is overdue,
Oh,
and
got it.
that they're doing this now that they've gotten to server meshing. Like, part of it is okay, yeah, it does make sense from a tech standpoint because they didn't want to build these services and systems and then have to rebuild them again to work with server meshing. Um, but at the same time, it's like, man, we've been so hamstrung by our lack of appropriate social services in game for so long. Like, they have a lot of catching up to do to get to the MMO level. Um, so it's good to see, but at the same time, it's like, man, yeah, like, because like a lot of people said, this is very, the majority of this is very much standard MMO fare, and they even said that, which is
Yep.
fine. Get us to parity with other MMOs. Um, but it is that they are doing a few things that go beyond and a few things that are really tailored to the Star Citizen experience, which I'm glad that they brought up and they took into account. It isn't just a matter of having the basic MMO features. We also want to tailor the MMO features and the traditional MMO experience to what is unique about Star Citizen with reputation and all that. Because that was one of the big
Mhm.
concerns I had that I feel like they did a good job addressing was the beacons and reputation and rating and all that. So that was good to me. Um, oh gosh, what was the other thing? There was another thing that I forgot, and for somehow I don't know how I deleted the rest of my reaction, but only had the first part of the
Oh no.
notes. Um, and somebody brought it up at the beginning of the show. I think it was Smithy Joe Bob, and I completely agree. Is they showed off the org um, apparel gear customization,
Hmm.
which is great. God, I hope that isn't just limited to orgs. Because if you tie that to just being a part of a group, when obviously the technology to do that is there, but you limit it to oh, okay, the people who are in charge of the org and the people who are members of the org, I that to me that sucks. If somebody wants to have a sole proprietor, um, or even not even be their own sole proprietor, they want to just be able to customize their gear and pay the UEC to do it, because that's the thing is I don't think it should just be a matter of like you just hop in the UI and do it. Like, if you want to take your standard base gear and you want to change it via hex system or
Crafting.
whatever, yeah, however they end up doing it, I feel like everybody should have access to that, not just orgs. So I hope that that was just a thing that they didn't communicate because they wanted to highlight the, hey, you got the uniformity and you've got to you have the ability to show off your org pride, which I think is great. But don't limit it to just you know the org.
If anyone's played any number of the last 5 Need for Speeds, you'll know exactly what's gonna happen the second this system's in game.
Yeah.
All manner of questionable things by any party will be in game.
Yep.
I don't know how much they're going to oversee or have rules and what are they called?
Oh, I'm not anti-org, Danger Hobo. I just don't want something so simple as being able to customize the look of your gear be locked behind being an org and however an org earns this, if that makes sense. Because Smithy Joe Bob brings
I
up a
do
good point, the
think,
earning the tints, and it's like,
yeah, I
do you have to do that as a member of an org? And you know,
I do think it will be more like locked, not locked down, that's the wrong word, but like you'll have a very specific amount of logos and things you can upload or whatever. So like maybe you can have a personal one and then there'll be the org one. So we're not like overloading their backend with insane amounts of extra storage for no good reason because they have to store all these logos and images not locally, but like on their server. So that has to be space that they will have to pay for on the server side.
yeah. it'll be interesting to see
And
how
with
they end
tens
up
of
doing
thousands
it.
of orgs, that's a lot of images.
And they've been working on this. They've been talking about the social services backend, all
Mhm.
year long, pretty much. So, but they haven't. It's been very vague because obviously they're going to show it off here at CitizenCon. They just, but it does leave me with not nearly as many questions as answers, but still plenty more questions about
How does
how.
earning tint supposed to work? It's tied to the mission system. Anytime they say earning anything, it's tied to the mission system. So warranties, tint system, uh, basically anytime they said earning anything in CitizenCon is tied to the mission system, reputation system, guild system, and all that.
Um,
So.
oh, the other thing is, I like that they are updating FOIP and VoIP.
Ooh, yeah.
To have those be far more functional and robust in game, because Naz and I, we talked about this about a month ago, but we really would like to give it a shot of doing the podcast in game using VoIP
Mm-hmm.
and probably not VoIP, but at least because we could still do the audio comms outside of game, but being able to use VoIP in game and have our characters sit there with the fourth person camera. And
I wanna like do a like a pre-show check with VoIP
Mhm.
because I know the spatial audio is a lot better.
Oh yeah, that'd be
And it
interesting too.
mm-hmm.
It'd be
So
kind of fun to have like the background noise
mm-hmm. Yeah, so
for
we could do some tests. We can do
yeah,
some
we could
tests.
we'll see where they end where CIG goes with it. But I feel like it would be something to do, something fun and cool to do in the future, to make it not just be the Pathfinders podcast, IRL, but also make it feel like it's an inverse thing. You know, coming to you, the Pathfinders podcast coming to you from across the spectrum. Today we're broadcasting from uh, you
The
know
second cast comes, you know we're gonna be in Sherman.
yes, but we'll go back and forth. I'll have an Alcantara that I can log in and
No, I think we should like actually have to travel, do the whole Jax McCleary thing where we have to travel the whole way. And if they get bed logging right, we can have like people be able to like we can get onto ships, log out on the ship, and have the person drive it somewhere.
yep.
So
What are
yeah.
your thoughts on Social Universe?
So sure, I was really disappointed that this was all previs. Like there's nothing here
Oh,
was even a motion graphic.
yep. Yeah, not no
It
one
was
pulled up their
all
Moby Glass to see it. Yeah.
like it was. I was fine with it being UI, but like it's all concept art. Like that's all this is. None of this was worked on. I understand that the server meshing slash website slash social team is the same team. So I understand the more they work on the website, the more they work on the server meshing, the less they work on this stuff. I do appreciate that they are signposting. What's the word? I don't know. Telling us that this is the next really big push for content for out of the turbulent teams. I guess CIG Montreal UI teams, or not UI teams. What are they called? Online services team. Um, I think that like they said earlier that they're going to talk about org storage later, but they never ended up talking about it. They didn't talk about any or a lot of the management, like org management stuff or automation of stuff. Everything here was very hands-on and very middle management talk or entry level talk. Like a lot of it wasn't really like how do you give permissions to different people to access different things. Like I mean, it didn't even come up in base building, like who can build on your plot, who can't, who can access storage, who can access hangars, all that sort of like really necessary ranking stuff within the org. There's a lot of stuff here that just wasn't talked about. Like, it's a good direction, but this, it could have been an email. Like, it was a lot with not a lot to show for. And I
Hmm.
really hate saying that because it was nice to see.
From a design standpoint, it feels good, but
It looked like
we
it
don't
felt like a really
know.
good ISD.
Yeah, but we don't know where they are with it. We haven't seen it implemented.
Oh, apparently they did mention org storage. It was a single sentence in the base building panel. All
Yeah.
right, can you give me a timestamp on that if you could? I would like to hear that one sentence. I missed it apparently. Is
Yeah,
it
like
just that when you build the underground storage, it just is org storage? Is that all it is?
Nazeris's permissions for me when I'm on his base are going to amount to I'm allowed to take out the trash and mow the lawn.
No, you will definitely be able to administer medical stuff, but like
That too.
any lethal anything is strictly not allowed.
Yeah.
Nothing that causes fires, nothing that can move, no
I worked
vehicles,
very
no
hard on this. I'm
ships.
not letting you break it. Any other thoughts on Social Universe? Yeah, I think it's a good step, but this is a big deal for like large player counts.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
And
I agree with you. Like they are not parroting. They are getting it up to par with like they said in the like one of the opening slides. Like this is just standard MMO fare, and this is something we desperately need. And obviously something that needs to be done, ironed out, and finished by 1.0. So
and
that's good.
even sooner, like not having these things for
And
dynamic
Party
server
Finder,
meshing
I
with a
really
shard.
loved Party Finder, the thing that's on
I
screen now.
Yeah, party fun because that's yeah, that will help a lot, especially with new players coming in. But yeah, the like
No
this is
access
something
to
that they need to be
ground.
rolling out in the next, or at least parts of it in the next year, because
Mm-hmm.
otherwise, a shard with thousands of players is gonna really struggle. Um,
I don't think it was mentioned, but I think the same, not delivered in the next 12 to 18 months, but worked on in the next 12 to 18 months was implied in a lot of this. Like this is not, other than 1.0, a lot of this was not, we're gonna start working on this next. This was, hey, we started the process of working on all these things. And
you
so I would
mean
imagine we're
CR
gonna.
learned his lesson in that it doesn't matter how many caveats you put in and context you give, you don't ever put a time frame on things
I
with
don't
the
care. I don't care what people
gamers.
think. I think timeframes are very, 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 very,
Oh,
very, very important.
there's no problem
And I
between you
much
and I, but
like
holy crap, the amount of
like I
work.
keep saying, I rather have the point to look forward to, and even if we miss, just give us the next point to look forward to. I'd rather have that and just keep looking forward. Okay, that's a problem with an optimist versus everyone else's
Hmm.
pessimist and realist stuff. I'd much rather be looking forward to a point and it just not happen, and look forward to another point. It doesn't disappoint me. It just gives me something to like live for, kind of thing, like to look forward to. Like I don't care that they missed their things. Like, oh no, they missed it. I'll be like slightly miffed for a week or so, and then I'll move on. Obviously, that's not how the majority of the world's population works. But like, I much rather have this goalpost to reach. And like, they made a really big goalpost, not dated, but as far as 1.0 goes, like, and we'll see like the signs and convergence of all the features to get to 1.0. But like, goals are necessary. Telling people about your goals makes you accountable. If you do like, it's one of like fundamental things you learn in trying to improve yourself, your life, and your like personality. If you have a goal and don't tell anyone, your goals are useless. You need to tell
Shimpasta.
people your goals.
Ironically, lots of people wanted CIG to give dates on stuff. A lot. I say a lot. I heard that from a lot of people who gave CIG crap regarding the dates that they gave out and
Yep, they
where they
always
were
do.
regarding those dates after they misinterpreted and took those dates and that information out of context because they didn't listen to the whole thing. It's like
Yep,
there's no winning with you people. There's no
there is
winning.
not.
You know.
And so, fun fact, for those who haven't been in any other communities, apparently, this is a epidemic that permeates every single fan base known to mankind. Marvel, Disney, wrestling. I heard a conversation at work at like the exact same problems of toxicity, people taking stuff out of context, people not listing the stuff that they're talking about, people having just the worst takes in history, and they were talking about wrestling. It's just like, oh, so this is just the state of the world. It's not just Star Citizen. It is literally every fan base for everything. So like, we're not special, and that makes me happy. It also makes all the like negative Star Citizen news org posts hilarious. They're like, you're gonna pick on us. Go one game away, right? Go Starfield, GTA. I know those are like, whatever. Those are like upcoming stuff. GTA is, but like any other like big development stuff, there's gonna be the same rhetoric all over the place. It's hilarious. I'm just so involved in Star Citizen, I didn't really notice it anywhere else. Hilarious.
I don't know if we'll see a MobiGlass app for a mobile app for a MobiGlass, but the fact that everything will be integrated with the website, I mean, at least you can use that on your phone. So that's something. I just don't know if they'll build a dedicated app, but at least having everything be synced up will be nice.
Assume everything you have not heard in the last 3 years, assume it doesn't exist. As a safe bet. Assume everything you've heard previous to the last one probably doesn't exist. Like, a lot has changed in the past 3 to last 1 year, especially with the transfer over to Rich Tyler taking the helm and working Star Citizen into something that's going to get done in the next 5 years.
Yeah.
Oh, White Knights in Minecraft. Freaking crap.
Let's move on to Dress to Kill. And so I'm reading this one, and you're
second
telling
most
about your
disappointing
reactions first. Oh, see, I liked it. It didn't
I
cover
freaking didn't care about a freaking thing.
It didn't cover some of the things that I wanted, but I did think it was cool.
Okay, you read it, and then I'll come out with the most stupid, not the most annoying take on it.
Well, sorry, not as much cool for me because it's not things that I'm as interested in. But I know there are people that I'm friends within the community that are very jazzed for it, and I'm happy for them.
Okay, I don't have anyone like that, so makes sense.
Yeah. From high fashion to dynamic function, discover how Starware and exciting new character-focused specializations that let you define your identity, discover how Starware and exciting new character-focused specializations that let you define your identity and take on the challenges ahead, including that's worded wrong. Including the return of a legendary friend from CitizenCon's past. All right, Naz, what did you think
so I have
about
two
Dress
prefaces. One, I nailed this one with what Starware was, is the unification of armor and clothing. Nailed that. I'll take the Oracle point for that.
About time, by the way.
Absolutely. Two, I do like the stuff they didn't talk about as much and the hindrances of armor and the pluses of like flight armor, like the racer thing.
You didn't like it as much, or you did?
What?
You didn't like that as much?
I do like not being able to fly a ship as well with heavy armor and having certain armors be better for flight and stuff. I do like that.
Mm-hmm.
I freaking do not care about armor stats. Just do not care. They will make me care, and I will care then. This did not need to be a panel. This could have been a text message. Forget the email. There was nothing in this panel, like, at all. I'd much rather this have been a creature panel. Like, ooh, boy. Like I said, I do like the idea of not being able to fly well with a heavy armor and having G-force armors and stuff. I like those. I like the traits. But as for like this one's higher resistance, this one gives you more mobility. Don't care. Do not care. Screw off. And they will force me to care. I'm aware of that. I like looking good. Not to the point of like negative my experience. I will min-max and try and look good at the same time. But I was so happy about Star Wars being the unification, being able to have backpacks and shirts and like normal clothing with armors and things.
Putting a weapon
like everything
on
else
your
was
jacket,
meaningless.
Yeah. Putting a weapon on your jacket, not having to wear armor.
mixing, matching clothing and armor, just so good. So
Mhm.
everything else was basically meaningless.
Wearing
to that fact.
armor without a flight suit underneath, or just a t-shirt or no shirt at all, show off the abs and stuff.
Which is another thing that I won't get into right now about I don't like my player characters being more muscly than I do. It's fine, or that I am. I don't. It makes me feel very awkward. Um, as far as the random, like, not at all about clothing, I really hated that the Velakar was in this panel. I really, really hated that. Again, I would have rather this been a creature panel or even beyond Pyro because it's being added to Stanton. I don't know. I
It
did not
was
like
weird
this.
that that's how they added that in and showed that off with the whole building your team thing,
Yeah, I didn't
because
like the cadence. I didn't
well,
like the
the team
how they
members
showed off
had
everything.
no bearing on that mission.
Exactly,
They're
they
all
were
in
all
ships and
vehicles.
vehicles. Everybody could have been, that one friend in the ships or
Yeah.
vehicles, and that's what made the difference. And so it's like, yeah,
Yeah,
that
and the guy who was like the driver got killed anyway. So
bah!
like his better G-force thing had zero bearing.
Yeah,
Like
he felt the G's
G-force
of
of the worm.
yeah,
So
the
I
worm
really
smacking
did
into the
like
planet.
the last like what was it the last 3 minutes where they talked about the like animals and creatures, like last 5 minutes of the panel, where they talked about like the new
Oh
version of
yeah.
the worm and how we're gonna have different scales of the worm, and if they make everyone be able to weekly grind out a Valakar legendary, this is all meaningless. Like they need to make it like one person maybe once a month will even see a Valakar
Mm-hmm.
legendary.
Yeah, very hard
Like
to find.
that's how rare it needs to be.
Yep.
One person, one at most. Like if you're driving on the surface at the right time of day, when the moon's in whatever phase of the planet you're on, you'll see it. But that means that not everyone will be prepared when they go find it.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it needs to be. Um, we do summon them, but it won't be a go grind out the Valakar. That's not going to be what it is. It's not going to be like a traditional. It's not going to be a raid. It is a special event.
Oh, and I hope it isn't a matter of like summoning them, like you just pick a random patch of ground and you drive around and eventually it'll pop up.
It better not be.
Yeah, they talked about how like the adults only show up if you kill so many of the young. Okay, well,
Oh, okay, good.
I would like it for based off the
Your bad
region.
takes.
If enough of the adults are killed in a region, then within that region you can drive around and and that gives a chance for it to spawn, not
That's
just
a
a
big
random.
amount of time sink. So that'd be okay. If there was that
Yeah,
much time sink. Like that's still a couple days maybe of work or a really dedicated day of work.
yeah. I feel like if you like split up, you got a pretty good sized group, of maybe like 3 or 4 fire teams. You go out and you hit up some caves, um, or an area where that the young are, and you kill them, and then you kill the adults, and then you start driving around, and then okay, it should take a while. It shouldn't just be a matter
Mhm.
of like, oh, okay, we found a flat open spot, put the thumper down. Um,
Yep. Yep. Yep.
but
Um.
I agree. I did really like the animal panel. Why this got put into Dress to Kill, I don't know, because there's
Yeah.
nothing
Like
in the description related to creatures. It
they
was just
could
a
totally
surprise.
the the Star Claw panel from last year was better than the Dress to Kill this year.
Yeah.
Wow. I really did like the panel segment of this panel. Sorry, did I say
The
that
what?
correctly? The animal panel section of this panel. Yes. Okay.
Yeah. And that's
Um.
just creatures for 1.0. Like a lot of people,
Right.
like I heard people saying like, that doesn't seem like a lot of creatures for the entirety of the It's not. That's for the first 5 systems.
And
You
if
know,
you've read the month reports for the last couple months, they are like the concept animal concept teams have been
yeah,
busy making up concepts.
mm-hmm.
And the animal pipeline has been some of the rapid Dune Thumper, the thing that makes the what is the Dune worm called?
um, oh gosh.
I don't know what the Dune one's called. I apparently don't like Dune.
I love Dune. I'm just brain farting because I've had a couple beers.
So Shahaloud.
Shai
Um,
Hulud, yeah, yeah.
so
It's a shy
I liked
worm.
the old movie. Um, it was very creepy, but I think it did good in its creepiness. I didn't understand what the Dune series was until the new Dune, and my brother read the books. It's a war story. I hate war stories. Do not like them. Don't like the veracity. Don't like the whole inhumaneness, like the inhumanity that happens in war stories. Um, yeah, don't like them. Don't like them at all. So I didn't see part two. We'll never see part two. We'll not see any parts after that. I don't like Dune apparently.
Oh,
Yay.
see, I just enjoy the universe, and like it was great
I really
cinema.
much enjoy the universe, but I won't torture myself with the what's on screen because I like the universe.
Um,
If we could get a
so for
Dune
the
extended
character,
universe,
so for the character stuff, I liked that if you had the entire set, you got like essentially a bonus. I like the whole character
yeah,
stats
I
thing,
like
or the
traits.
yeah, the armor stats thing. I'm like, okay, if it's one, and I don't know if that's just them graphically giving an idea of what that's like versus like the traditional fantasy MMO of like it's an armor rating of 15 with plus 7% like meh. I've played so many of those games, I really don't care, but I do like the traits, I do like the features. um I do like they talked about having an EVA, backpack if you don't, have an EVA in your suit. I like this really highlighted again the right tool for the job, and that includes what you're wearing. If you are not properly equipped, you're not going to be ready for certain situations, and I like that aspect of it. I've always liked that aspect of it. The part that's missing for me, and I had hoped they were going to cover it and they didn't, was the resource management, resource network for armor and
Mm-hmm.
suits,
Mm-hmm.
where that plays a factor into it, as well as being able to equip things onto your armor and suits that have function or augment the function of that suit. And that's what
The
I'm
danger,
looking for. That's what I'm waiting
yeah.
for.
Danger Hobo says set bonuses ends up in everyone wearing the same gear. It depends on what you're doing. Like that is the one takeaway that is good from the panel is depending on what you're doing, you will want a different set. So the pilot is not going to be the same as the driver, is not going to be the same as the um, FPS guy, is not going to be the same as the hunter, is not going to be the same as the sniper. Like they will, like you will be meta sets because that's how they are actually built, but there will be metas within their category. And you won't always need all one category. Like
Well,
maybe you need to be quiet, but you also need decent armor because you're gonna get jumped by Copians.
and
So you
having
can have a
this
quiet.
ability and being a scout versus having that same ability and being a heavy. Like it's not going to be this is only for heavies. You're going to have, this is just they're sort of like basically laying out that this is what it will be able to do, but there's going to be a lot of variety within that. You're not going to
Yeah,
have hunter if you want to be a hunter, you have to wear heavy armor. That's not how that's going to work.
and
But they're
also
just
like
saying that by
there's
having the a set of bounty hunter type armor will give you that feature, but then you can decide if you want to be a more heavily armed or heavily armored. You can decide whether you want it to have EVA capability or not, based off of different sets that do different
yes, there are
things.
blueprints for suits, armor, and sets. Um, but also like the full set bonus is only a little bit over each piece bonus. So like if leg armor is 10%, chest armor is 10%, arm armor 10%, helmet's 10%, flight suit's 10%. That's 50% if you add them all together. Maybe it's another 10% if you wear them all together. And I'm just throwing out random numbers here. Nothing is said yet. But if you just take away like the helmet, like you go down 20%, you still have the 40% of whatever trait you're looking for in that suit. Like it's not like all or nothing. You still get some of the bonuses of the armor that you're going for. Plus, with crafting, you can accentuate different features, which
Yeah.
It's a whole can of worms. It's just a whole crafting is a whole can of worms.
We're
And I
gonna
would
learn
love to know,
more
where
about
do I
this.
buy cans of worms? Can you actually buy cans of worms?
And
What?
they're scratching the surface with this. They got the ball rolling because we're gonna learn more about this over the next year. But this
Can
isn't.
of Worms is a movie.
Yeah, this isn't everything regarding this. That's why this is another panel where, okay, I still have a lot of questions. It's cool, and some of it's pretty interesting. Some of it I don't care about, but they are going to need to give us more information. That's what getting ISCs and SCLs are for through the rest of the year, because they'll fill in the gaps before these things make it into live, and as they continue to iterate on them. But yeah, like I have no interest in being a tank. And I don't think you should have to be a tank to carry certain weapons or something like that. It's but yeah, they're gonna need to tell us more about how this is all gonna work.
If the set type bonus is a different thing, I thought that would be all Arden set or something. Oh, as far as I know, it's not specifically you have to wear the whole set to get any of the bonus. I think it's a plus bonus if you wear the whole thing, not no bonus if you wear anything less than the whole thing.
Yeah, but that's the
There
thing,
is
we don't
yeah.
know exactly how it's going to work.
Yeah, this was a very quick, the word that comes to mind is lackluster panel.
Yeah, and it wasn't a hour SCL where they're explaining how these things work in detail. The whole thing was 30-something minutes, including the mission and the creatures, and all that stuff. So there's a lot more to talk about.
Yeah, expect many ISCs on this over the year.
Yeah,
over this year. So
the fact that
are we getting any ISCs before holiday break?
Oh yeah, we'll get ISCs during November and December. We always do.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's been gone for so long.
The fact that the creatures not only
Terrifying.
are holy crap, that's terrifying because I like exploring caves and oh boy.
I don't anymore.
Yeah. But not only do you have things that are going to be specific to locations like underground and stuff, but again, where these animals are found is going to be based off of their sort of traits in relation to Genesis data.
Yep.
It isn't just random scatter. You won't
and they
find
don't say
this creature
specifically
if it
there,
doesn't
but
belong here.
That's what the Fauna Matrix is the crafting recipes, quotations, crafting recipes, as I keep using the analogy for Genesis, is the crafting recipes for each creature. So where they will spawn and what environments they need. Yeah. Also, I love the floating jellyfish. I don't know why. They look so cool. They look like the perfect addition to sky biome megafauna with whales.
Makes me wonder.
And I would really like them not to be on the same planet.
Because they're floating. Yeah, it's like, is this a Crusader thing or is this somewhere else?
No, look at the sky. This is blue, not pink, not pink.
I don't know. Like that's what I'm saying. It's like it's just interesting that they're floating.
Yeah, it's just
wonder where
another
they
gas
are.
giant, but it's up.
Yeah,
like these creatures, megafauna cannot exist, or sky megafauna cannot exist on normal. What's it called? Normal gravity planets. Yeah. They have to be in gas giants.
It's definitely a megafauna though. That thing is massive.
What are those ships?
I don't know. They're just little things they threw in there, but even if those were, it doesn't matter what they are. They're freaking huge.
I call them Intrepids just because I don't know what the Intrepid shape is.
Yep. Omnicrabs float in Hurston. Omnicrabs aren't megafauna though.
What?
That's
Omnicrabs. Oh my god.
Yeah.
That's. I don't know what I said for that to come back, but Omnicrabs are literally this big. Like, they have a little rat mouth and they're full of gas. They're literally just this big. Those Metroid-looking things, the ones on screen, or the Omnicrabs?
So I just read
Onicrab, not Omnicrab. Onicrab.
Onicrabs, yeah.
Omnicrab is something completely different. Does size
I
matter? Always. Just
yeah.
doesn't matter. It's just not the only metric.
So I just read Dress to Kill, right? Yeah, that's
Yes,
the
you did.
third one. Okay, so you're reading Beyond Pyro. Okay, so
And you're reading the
let's.
next one.
No, we did it
So,
this way, so that way I would be. I think I'm reading about base building to you, right?
are we going the whole all of them?
No, no, no. But for the next episode, I think that's
Oh,
how we
I
did
have,
it
I
for
have
the.
no idea. I have no idea how we're doing. I'm just saying you're reading the next panel, the 531. Anyway, Beyond Pyro to the fantastic reaches beyond Stanton and Pyro. Join us as we explore the exciting new frontiers of Star Citizen's persistent universe.
So I feel like we, especially me, really called this one in
Yep.
what they would be showing to an extent. Um, I expect like we both knew that hey they're going to show off Nyx. Well,
Yep.
they showed off Levski. They didn't really show off anything of Nyx, and I expected a lot of Nyx and not as
Yeah.
much Levski. And holy crap, the glow up of Levski was far beyond what I expected. Um, and
The biggest note for me was the new external elevators.
yeah, the external
Like,
elevators,
that's
the
awesome to say.
the borehole going all the way to the planet to get to them,
Mm-hmm.
like
Mm-hmm.
and Levski, I mean, it got the whole landing zone bit got a lot bigger. I love
There's
how
no
they
graffiti
talked
anywhere
about
outside now.
yeah, I love how they talked about how they are future proofing Levski for server meshing and larger servers, but also in
Mm-hmm.
that same slide, they said they're going to be going back and doing the same thing for stations and landing zones in in Stanton and Pyro. So
Nice.
they're already aware of this. They know what they need to do, if not already working on it. The fact that Levski they called that gray box, I was like, gray box, fuck you, release it, send it, send it now. Um, but as much as I was impressed with what they've done with Levski,
It's very blue. I like
I
it. It's
was.
very blue.
I also like that they reiterated one thing that I and I'm just going to say it. I absolutely nailed is that the presentations were they talked about the lore and they
Mm-hmm.
updated everybody on the lore of the systems that they showed off. Including Nyx, which I thought
Yeah,
was
you
great.
basically nailed this entire panel.
Yeah, except for the whole Levski glow up. That was whoa. The
I
part that
mean, you said like we'd see what is the current
yeah
state of it.
yeah the current
Like
state of it. I just didn't realize the state was going to be wow.
you didn't know
um,
how right you were.
yeah, and I'm I'm very excited to visit Levski again and see it, especially because that's a big asteroid, and I want to see all the interior aspect and all the interior gameplay and stuff. Like I'm so looking forward to the engineering repair type missions, and I think that gameplay in the depths and bowels of Levski will be so much fun, especially when you're all kitted out to be an engineer and you've got all your little tools and everything you need to go do. And I'm looking forward to that. I'll probably spend days running around getting lost in the interior of Levski. The different tunnels and stuff going around and oh well, this is old and broken, go fix it. um, and I also like that they kept they did the whole zero G thing, so you can just here's the grab plating and then you run off and you jump and you float. I am disappointed though that they didn't mention anything around the planets or really or the everything in the glacium ring and the Keeger ring. Yeah, glacium and Keeger ring. There are two asteroid belts. The glacium ring is the really uber dense one where Delamar and Levski is, and then Keeger is on the outskirts. But they're both supposed to be full of um, abandoned asteroid facilities that some are inhabited, some are not. And I was really hoping we'd see more asteroid facilities. They talk more about those, the everybody else who's in, or everything else that's a part of Nyx. And they focused a
I
lot
think
on Levski, which is cool, but it doesn't it doesn't give credence to the fact that there is more to Nyx than Levski.
I think that was specifically done because of the closeness of Levski. They didn't want to not have stuff to talk about on the run up.
Yeah, we'll hear about that in ISC, which is why I'm super
Yeah,
excited.
I
Yeah.
think because it is before the next CitizenCon,
Yep.
I think it was a lot of, hey, this is really cool. So I think this was going to be enough
Mm-hmm.
that we will be able to hide you over till we get way more information in ISCs and SCLs, and we really like go through the rest of Nyx. Even like they don't do the lore people on video anymore. Um, even though that would be a great, maybe it'd be a great video to do another lore maker's guide to the galaxy on the updated uh Nyx.
Yeah. I
But
loved how
also
you
no
had the
roads. They took away the one place that had roads.
yeah.
God dang it.
But the asteroid is
Uh,
so cool. It is such a cool
it
looking
is. It is.
asteroid.
I think what they have there is very worth the removal of roads.
Mm-hmm.
God dang it, rip roads. Um, I also very much to all of my veteran player, Star Citizen player chagrin, don't really care about Nyx. It's another rock that exists that's mostly negative gameplay, like it's mostly combat focused gameplay.
Oh, I think there's going to be a lot more logistics involved with Nyx. It's unlawful, but I think that there's going to be a lot of, you know, um, hauling engineering type stuff. I don't think I don't think it's going to be as combat driven as Pyro.
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
that's pretty obvious. But like they said, oh, the Vandals here. Oh,
yeah.
we have the
That was
Neo Rider,
interesting that
whatever
they brought
what they're
that up
called.
because that was never. We always knew that they'd shared a jump point, but they never mentioned Vandal raids. So
Yeah,
that'll be
so
interesting.
there will be combat, and it will have
But I'm much more interested in
a
PvE
vote on the center
combat than
stage.
PvP. I don't think
Hmm.
Nyx will have
Yeah.
the weight of PvP that Pyro does.
Oh, for sure, because there's nothing to do in Nyx. I know that's the wrong sentence, but like Nyx does not have tons and tons of uh fortunes to be mined out of it
Hmm.
like Pyro does. And for all the crap that's in Pyro or not Pyro, for all the crap that's in Nyx or not, really the lore of the people there are freaking just don't want to see the UE. They're just trying to make their way away from the UE. Unfortunately, they found themselves landlocked by the UE.
Hmm.
I would
Um,
love a future storyline where I don't know if like Levskians would go for it,
Levskins,
but
Levskinites.
uh, Levskinites,
I
I
don't
don't
know
know.
what it is. Yeah.
I would love a scenario where like someone gets voted into Imperador and like, hey, we need to lock down our borders. And so they go onto the interior and say, hey, we're claiming this system. And so you have either join the UE or get the crap out of UE space. And either like community choice as well, like we would play a part, and if they like fight or if we get the option to actually like humanitarian like move them out to border systems where they actually have room to grow past the UAE and have more systems and can really expand the what is the self government called?
Hmm.
Imperial Republic of Levski.
Yeah.
So they make New Levski somewhere on the border of maybe even border of Banu and UE space, and they are the first ones to actually make human contact with Karthak.
Yep.
Hmm. I
One
would like
thing
a
I thought
storyline where it goes
was
in that direction.
interesting is they showed us we went down in the borehole. They flew around right here. This here's the pads with the freight elevators. Here's where the like all that cargo stuff was. Looks like there's another either pad or hangar over here.
Mm-hmm.
And you can see some docking collars and stuff. And so these will get connected via elevator to the interior of the landing zone. I'm sure there's more out of frame over here. But look at this thing way over here. this big structure jutting out of the asteroid with more structure behind it. We didn't even look at that, and it's huge. And it makes me wonder, like, it looks like you've got maybe more hangars and or docking ports over there, but like, what purpose does that serve? You know, and that's interesting. You know, like that looks like it's an XL hangar. Um, and I will
You
say
need
my
somewhere else to spawn a sewage reclaimer because
yeah,
there's only like 2 places you can do that.
and it makes me wonder, like, how many hangars are in the borehole? Like, how far down is hangars before it becomes just hole? But then, so my one gripe, and you talked about the freight elevators, the external freight elevators, which let's see.
Nope, it was before.
I'm not going to click the image just yet. So it's at 12:55. Okay, so here's a whole C up here in the corner. You can barely see it up in the top
504.
left. And you can see that it's docked. It has the docking collar extended to dock with the whole C. Y
Where?
is right up here in the top left. Can you see that?
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
The
You
same
can see
place like it has with the Polaris behind the camera.
Yeah, there's
Yeah, there's a huge freaking build stuff out there. And you
Yeah.
can see the pipeline from the center spine where it has the carrot currently.
Yep.
The white carrot.
But you can see the whole C docked, and you can see the docking arm coming out to it. How come when they designed the external freight elevators, they put the you are hovering in space next to it, and you have to
With no
EVA
docking collar.
with no docking collar. Why is there not a docking collar right here with the freight elevator next to it? Why on earth would you want to have to EVA to then go inside? That makes no sense to me.
That is stupid. That is so that's I'm sorry, that's just stupid.
Yeah, that seems entirely unnecessary and illogical that they'd have a airlock with a front porch with your freight elevator control system out here in open space rather than this being inside the airlock, which is connected to your docking collar.
Here's a possibility. This is the industrial version, and the high-tech version will have exactly what you're saying.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it just seems like it seems weird that in order to control the freight elevator, and then because this is a freight elevator, you can stack all your boxes onto here. In order to control this, you have to put on a spacesuit after you're done on to A, to bring it up, and then B, to put it down.
Yeah,
that seems
honestly
wildly...
it's going to be basically it's going to be the person who has the ownership of the cargo is over on the controls, and your crew is unloading.
And that's the thing, this person's sitting here not doing shit.
Yeah, it will be. Yeah,
or you have to
it is a bad system. I'm just saying that's how it's going to be.
Yeah, this thing should be in here, and this should be a docking collar arm. So, okay, we're request docking, you dock, and then someone skedaddles over here, they bring up the thing, and then you start unloading your cargo. They come back and they start helping or whatever they could do on the thing. They take the elevator in to go, figure out another job or something like that.
Yep.
Maybe the lore is it just seems like you would never design it that way in the first place. Why do you have a kiosk that you can only operate in 0G space?
It's
a spacesuit.
It is a dumb system, however you slice it. Doesn't matter if it's lore or not. There was a question for you. The people of Levski, are they more anarchist? Always a collective vibe from Levski. They say the people a lot. Communists use that phrase most often. So what is the governmental structure of the People's Republic of Levski? I imagine Republic because it is called Republic, but
People's
the US
Alliance
is called Democracy. Oh, People's Alliance. Even though like the US technically is a republic, even though it's called a democracy. So what is the governmental structure of Levski?
They're more, as far as I understand, anti-government, but they're very collectivist.
Collective. So enlightened anarchy?
Yeah, I don't know. They were anti-UEE, maybe not necessarily anti-government, but anti-UEE government, and they've survived by being collectivists. So I don't think
No, they don't. They have very strict rules of no piracy.
Yeah.
Like
But
if
I
you're
don't think
bringing
they.
like violence and the UEE's eye, you're out.
Yeah, but I don't think
They
they
do
have
govern themselves.
a.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't think they have a communist structure as more as a
No.
they've just a collectivist community. It's not like a state owns everything at Levski. That I don't think
No,
that's how that
it's.
works. Yeah.
I don't think it's like. I don't think it's democracy either, though.
No.
Like I don't think everyone gets a say. I think it's much. I think it is more of a republic. Like people get. Like you can like you have like people have say, but not everyone has say.
Um.
And also they have rules to govern the
Yeah.
populace.
Moving on from
But
Nixon Levski, because I think we covered everything. Unless you have any other thoughts regarding the Nixon
no,
Levski
I
part.
actually I learned a whole bunch about the like design that we saw because I didn't actually pick apart Levski. Like I said, I am really over rundown pirate all the like grungy crap. I'm so over
See,
it. So
and
like I didn't look at this like very much at all.
that's why I'm like more into Nixon Levski because it's not pyro. It's just
Mm-hmm.
people who it's frontier people. It's more
Yeah,
frontier people than it is um, a bunch of drug-addled gangsters. And
yeah, and
you
like
know,
I completely agree with that. Also, why are there stairs in the EVA zones? I really like the frontier systems that are developing UE systems. I don't know. Maybe I'm just a scum like Empire supporter. I don't know. Um, I think that's where like kind of personally and my character in the game is gonna kind of lean is much more support of the Empire and kind of like cagey around anti-imperialist sentiments. Um, just because like I like what the Empire's doing, even though I don't like it. Like obviously everything the Empire's doing,
they're
like
trying
they
to
still
take
do a
care of
lot of
humanity,
good.
for the most part. Yeah,
Yeah, like
it's they're not.
especially after the fall of the Messers, like give them a freaking chance. They're freaking trying.
Yeah. Um. So
Even though like there's a lot of freaking red tape. Holy crap.
the next part was the uh, let's move back a little bit. Is the landing zone part, and
Ugh.
yeah, it was. I was not expecting this, and so I didn't call this at all. I'm glad they showed rain at ArtCore, but this was all concept art and ideas. And so the only thing, it's like, okay, probably not interesting to me in terms of gameplay. I'm glad that they have an idea of how to bring gameplay to ArtCore, because otherwise ArtCore has no gameplay other than delivering cargo.
Okay.
Um,
Side note,
but
why are you not pronouncing the P?
ArtCore,
Yes.
because it's a
You keep saying core, but it's corp, as in corporation. Why are you not pronouncing the P? It's not something you just do. I'm asking because it's something a lot of people do. I was wondering if there's anything behind not pronouncing the P.
I don't know. I never thought about it.
Okay. Okay. But yeah, this was the like super disappointing segment, just because nothing was shown. There was a lot talked about, some slides. Nothing was shown. If you've seen any of my stuff in the past year, building interiors has been the one thing I always constantly am talking about. And like this, I guess you're not on the slide anymore. The slide at 1631 sums up literally everything that was talked about in this entire segment. Yep, that's it. That is the entire thing. You can now go to the next chapter. Continuing building interior initiatives. Literally nothing was shown except like, hey, we're doing instant content. Moving on.
Well, and the
So
part that
upset.
bothered me was, okay, if you're going to show off ArtCore, great. I want to know the plan of updating ArtCore. the
Mm-hmm.
surface of ArtCore, um,
Mm-hmm.
and bring it up to the current standards, and continue the building interior. Why do I care about going underground on ArtCore? Look at all those freaking buildings.
I know, right? We're gonna continue the building interior initiative. Anyway, we're moving aside, like
Yeah,
completely ignoring the building interiors. We're going subterranean.
yeah. And I I'm not saying that one needs to beget the like you can't have a building interior and something. No, like you should have both. Like obviously
Yeah.
you're gonna have the lower levels of ArtCorp.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously you're gonna have that, but if you're gonna say continuing the building interior initiative, I want to actually hear about the building interior initiative, not just the lower level part,
Yeah. The
because
last we heard of the building interiors was, "Hey, we're working on player habs first."
when
Was
they
the last we heard of it.
yeah, they said we pause building interiors and player habs, within building interiors and stuff, because we're doing the distribution centers. Okay, you're picking it back up, but are you picking it back up to do this stuff, or are you also talking about the stuff that you talked about before at
And
last year's
also,
CitizenCon,
they
right?
didn't talk about subterranean update to the DCs at all.
Yep, that's
So
the
they
other
didn't
big
say,
thing.
like, "Hey, we got done with our sprint for the DCs. Now we're moving
Yeah,
back over." This was just, "Hey, we still believe in building interiors anyway."
yeah. This is new stuff, but there was no update on the stuff they've talked about before with the underground portion of DCs and the actual interiors of the buildings themselves, which that was part of the reason they rebuilt Lorville, is so that the
Yeah,
buildings would be a size appropriate for having an interior, for having procedurally generated interiors. And but I'm more interested in how do you make ArtCore fit with the lore of the planet, where it's not all an ecumenopolis, where
yeah,
there's actually mountains and oceans, but it is largely, the flat ground is covered by city. But
yeah.
the if you're going to tell me you're continuing the building interior initiative, give me an update on the building interior initiative. Not, are you adding to it, or is this in lieu of? What about,
Yeah.
like, and they've been growing those teams, and so I know that they can do a lot of work in parallel. But
I'm figuring
maybe
out
they're going
why
to
I was
tell us
so
an ISC,
salty.
but maybe say, hey, we're going to be continuing the building interior initiative, including what we showed you at, was it last CitizenCon or the one before
Yeah,
that?
yeah. No, it was
Yeah,
the last one.
we're going to be continuing that, but we're also expanding that to, and then talk about the lower
Yeah,
levels.
the last CitizenCon was the underground distribution centers, and in the interim, there was building interiors. Or
Yep.
before the last one was building interiors, and then they said they were pausing building interiors to finish the underground. Uh, Interhype says our corporate reminds me, of course not. It's supposed to. It's
Yeah.
absolutely supposed to.
It's supposed to, but it's not entirely ecumenopolis. They didn't flatten the mountains to build cities. They didn't pave the oceans and drain them dry.
They
They
didn't have enough
just
time.
yeah,
If you
they
look at
built
the lore
cities
of
where
ArtCorp,
there's
they
lots
did
of flat
not have
land.
enough time to do anything except throw up a next building and throw up another one because they were like
Yeah,
millions of people behind on building the stupid sectors of ArtCorp. They just were
yeah,
it exploded with population,
yeah.
like way more than anyone was planning. So they just didn't have time to do anything.
And it's not that this isn't cool. I'm more interested in those other things, and especially, and I don't want those other things to just, oh, okay, well, we threw that out and now we're doing this, or like, what
I
is
think this
this
is
in the context of those other things?
Yeah, I
That's what
think
I
this
need to
is
know.
important for the 1.0 stretch goals.
Hmm.
Not stretch goals is a terrible term for Star Citizen. Um, Initiatives, the 1.0 initiatives,
Yeah,
because this is part of the long-term progression, and building interiors isn't. Building
and
interiors is more game space.
this is how you get the same level of procedural gameplay like they talked about with the POI. This is how you
Hmm.
get that on a planet like ArtCorp, and
Yeah,
so I do get that.
Like,
but yeah.
yeah, this is tied to like this will be tied to blueprints and orgs and guilds and things and progression overall. And I think that's why this is a thing, and especially in this year's CitizenCon with the big overarching narrative being 1.0. Um, so this does need to be done for 1.0 because it is how you will get unique items, get unique blueprints, progress in guild missions or guild reputation and so on. Um, but I don't want this instead of building interiors. I absolutely do not want that because
Hey, Captain No Pants.
this is a thing. Building interiors is a lot of things, and not everything, but it's a lot of things.
Yeah, and it's building interiors is every city.
Yeah,
You know,
this is ArcCorp. This is the municipality of ArcCorp.
yeah, that this is specific to ArcCorp, and like they talked about underground portions, related or to building interiors, but this is very much specifically ArcCorp. Um, not they didn't talk about municipal works for Lorville and the other cities. So, and if this is procedurally done, this isn't just this doesn't. I don't think this is just Area 18. This is every area. This is everywhere, all over ArcCorp. So
That'd be
we'll
nice.
see. Yeah.
But you access it through the plaza, so you have to have a
Well,
landing zone.
yeah, but that's what I'm expecting is, there's Area 18, we have Area 12 and Area 7 and all that. I
Yeah.
expect there to be landable areas where you can otherwise access, if not going down through, certain buildings and stuff. Yeah, we'll see how they end up doing it.
Procedural interiors would change everything. That's what building interiors is, though.
Yeah.
That's why I've been so hyped about it. It is procedural interiors.
Yep.
That's my point. That's why I've been so excited for building interiors. It
Tony
is a
Z
set of
talked about it
rules.
in 2019.
It is a set of rules that will fill out potentially every building you see in every city. Not
Yep.
practically, because that's stupid. That's way too much space. But potentially. Can I drive my CSVSM loaded with cargo torpedoes into an instance level? You can try.
Yeah, that's how you're gonna have to kill the space gators in the sewers.
Nick, was it Pyro Man? Goes down into the ArcCorp municipality with torpedoes to kill Gator.
So I'll just say it. I called Castra years ago. The
You
first
and
time
Paul
we,
both, yep.
yeah, and you know, I'll say it. I had the idea first. Paul was saying Magnus, and I was like, no, Castra, because this. He's like, oh, right, that makes sense. Yeah, Castra. But
Yeah. So why
the
Castra?
oh man, Castra because it's a simple system. Castra because I think the things that they'd been showing us um, for Invictus Launch Week, like taking off from that, basically like planetary military spaceport, was very Castra based. If you look at the not art style, but the construction style, or what's it called, the for the style of the buildings, the construction style, there's a word for it, but what they showed, if you go back and watch like the Invictus Launch Week trailer for 2020, I think it was, like the first one, and
Yeah,
maybe
yeah,
it
yeah.
was even the second
We
one.
talked about that, like
Yeah, we
with the
talked about it.
drones, and
Yeah.
we like nailed it as Sherman the second we talked about it.
Yeah, but Castra is also connected by a jump point to Nyx and Pyro, and the jump point from Pyro to Castra is right next to Pyro 6. So it forces a lot of gameplay, but there's only 2 planets, and one of them is covered in craters and toxic whatever from being bombed to hell, and the other one is a habitable world with, multiple cities, but the main landing zone is Sherman. So and they had lots of concept art and lots of lore surrounding it. So it made Henoism, is the architectural style. There we go. Yeah. Um,
And I love the Red Forest. I
oh
hate it,
yeah,
but I love the Red Forest.
it's that came. Yeah, so I'll say this: I've been excited about Sherman and Cascom and Castra for a long time. I think it's a really interesting place.
I think they canceled
I
Sherman. What?
was absolutely blown away. You know, from the oh wow, cool, they gave it rings. Planets with rings are cool. Um, you've got red forests, so this is what the planet's essentially going to look like with all its Genesis data and biomes and stuff. And the red forests are created, like when they say red forest, they told Genesis, hey, we want this within our soil, and that will make the trees red. It is Genesis data that makes the trees red and makes it look like this. It isn't just a we're going to make red trees, and make all the trees red. Um, that's what's really cool to me. But then when they showed off, tell you what, we're
You got your sound on for this.
yep, we're gonna have sound for this.
Full of great lakes and lush crimson forests. And as you saw in the CTG presentation, you can see how we're going to make these worlds with the new technology. High up on the mountain range, here at the highest peak.
The other thing that was really impressive to me is the mountains. So when they did this demo, this is an engine. They've made the planet, at least to an extent.
Yeah.
And the fact that they're able to create dramatic mountain peaks like they showed off, which is far more than we have on Microtech, I was blown away.
Very vertical, and that's really hard to do with procedural generation.
Yeah.
I was surprised because last time we had actually talked about Castra, you had not known what was outside Sherman. And that was where I kind of got hung up on, like, well, is it just like inhospitable rocky terrain, like it's all mountains or something? And you didn't have an answer for me because there just wasn't enough data.
All they've told us is that it's a mountainous planet, and that the largest city is Sherman.
Yeah,
and so it says that there are other cities, and that they did say that it's largely covered by cloud layers, and that's the other thing I thought was really cool is in this demo is you had ground cloud, you had multiple layers of clouds that gave just such a really cool dramatic effect.
Yeah, and I really like how the presentation, like there's landing, there is ground, there is valleys, and there's these wonderful red trees. Like, as much as I hate that Terra's not the next system after Nyx, as much as I hate it, I also believe that we're getting both systems next year, both Nyx and Terra. Oh, not Nyx and Terra, Nyx and Castra. I also believe we're getting them within the year 2025. Ignoring that. As much as I hate that Castra's not, or that Terra's not next and Castra is, it is beautiful.
Yeah.
Like,
I think the thing that will make Terra take a while is just because there's so many landing zones, and that's it.
I'm still not convinced they're doing all the landing zones. Much like ArcCorp, there's plenty of landing zones. Like, we have Area 18, so there is ostensibly 17 more landing zones before
but they're named, and each one has specific lore. And that's I don't think we're gonna get Gen without a landing zone. I think they're going to create the lore for a landing zone on Gen because it is heavily populated. But
I just don't think they're all necessary at the word go.
We'll see. I don't know. Based off what they've said for the delivery and completeness level.
Because not delaying. I think they are not going to put them in until they have a bunch of them, like everyone's saying, or I concede that they will not put them in. But I don't think we need all but Terra Prime like I don't think we need them for just to put Terra itself in, and then we can just get updates with more landing zones. I don't think that's a necessity.
I don't think a Star Citizen 1.0 is going to have a planet and then, oh, it has one landing zone and we'll add the next one later. I don't think CIG is at a point where they're going to be like, hey, magically a city appears here where there was not one before.
No, but you'll see the city, but then it'll just be traversable and have its own landing zone. Like, I completely believe that will be in expansions or updates or whatever the heck's down the road after 1.0.
No, when they release systems, they're going to be complete systems.
Okay, well, we will have to see. Oracle points on the table.
They might add like gameplay related things later on, but I don't think they're going to add a planet and then say, oh, in 2 quarters from now, when we launch the new patch, poof, city. Or even, city is here, but it was inaccessible. Like, that's so immersion breaking. I don't see that happening, for CIG.
It's a game, and Rich Tyler's at the helm. I believe that thing is absolutely possible. So, as an update, I just thought of something. So, for those who don't know, I'm trying to build a system called Oracle Points. I don't know how I'm actually going to implement and keep track of all the people that are making Oracle Points. They're basically, when somebody calls something, they're going to be able to earn an Oracle Point for a call that ended up coming true. I've just decided when you make a future bet, you will put Oracle Points down as a bet.
Gotcha.
So until I can find a way to track them, I can't actually remove Oracle Points from you. Freaking Fairasalt just raided.
Hey, Fairasalt with the raid. Thanks for coming and hanging out, Fairasalt. Really appreciate the support. Hope you had a good stream, buddy. Always good to see you.
Speaking of raid, you haven't done your whole stack up spiel.
Oh yeah. Well, now that he's off pubbing. Right on. Yeah, we're. Oh man, that sounds like good fun to me. I would be thrilled to go off and go pubbing at some point.
Astro pubbing?
No, I think he's going to go to an actual pub. We're Naz and I are going over our reactions to day 1 of CitizenCon. We're at the latter portion of the Beyond Pyro segment. We're about to just watch the sort of trailer, I guess, for Sherman.
Music video.
Yeah.
The music video for
I've watched it so many damn times.
It's so good.
And we also covered a interview that was done with Benoit at CitizenCon. So if you want to go back and watch this later on my YouTube, the link to that interview will be posted in the show notes. And then, so we have one more panel after this, the Squadron 42 demo, and then we'll be covering day 2 of CitizenCon, hopefully within the next week. But let's look at the Shermans.
We can just make out the landing zone called Sherman.
Oh. And everybody's like, wow, that's really cool concept art. But wait.
Which is fondly known by its residents as the island in the sky. Sherman is currently in pre-production. But I wanted to take the opportunity to show at least a sneak peek. Let's take a look.
Pre-production means they're concepting and white boxing. But this demo is them showing the pre-production. This demo is them showing the pre-production work on the planet.
So, there is a hotly debated topic, and this is a really good point to bring it up. Is this using Genesis?
I don't think that they would make the planet and then remake the planet with Genesis. I think that they can make the planet to a point and then update it as they continue to update Genesis.
JL did do a great video on this on the song and the stuff from Squadron.
Yeah.
I don't have any I have no pulls either direction. I'm mostly just waiting for a confirmation or not from CIG themselves. I really do hope that this is Genesis, because a lot of people are like, Genesis is future stuff. We're not getting Genesis in 1.0, blah, 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 blah. It's all future stuff, and we'll have to like rework everything. The speed at which they're going to be building planets isn't in yet because Genesis isn't done. This was all pre-stuff. And for all of that reason, I really hope that Genesis is in, and I do hope that Castra and
it's kind of like how
Sarah.
Rastar and the procedural locations tool were in. They weren't at their 1.0 state, but they were delivering assets with them as they're developing the tools. They're doing the same thing. Like, that's how we were able to see all of that stuff done in engine that they showed us in the first panel, because it's in development and it's at a certain point where they're able to start, doing stuff with it. It's not at the 1.0 level that they want it. That's why they said, white box and such. Because it's not it's that Naz, remember when we did our we did the segments on the procedural locations tool and Rastar, and they talked about it over the months in the monthly reports, how it's at Rastar 0.6, Rastar 0.7 now that they've done this and done that, and added this feature,
and there was a big bug fix at the end to get to 1.0.
Yeah, and then they talked about how it's now at the 1.0 state and what that means for them. They said that in the monthly reports. That's going to be the same thing for Genesis. Bigger, a little bit longer, but in the meantime, they'll be making planets with Genesis on the way to 1.0.
For sure, like it has to be like ironed out. All the stuff that needs to be updated through the 1.0 system,
That's
0.1 to 1.0 system.
That's how you develop Genesis, is you make things with it, get it in a game, we test it, and then they improve upon it. And just how they did with Planetech V3 to V4, when they add new features to it and get to the next rule set, they'll update all the planets with the new tech.
Yep. As Blizzard said, you'll note that the buildings here are smooth, but the terrain is detailed. It looks like it's being built, but it is. It's pre-production. Like, that's what pre-production means, is it's being.
No, but he's talking about the planet itself. The planet is
okay. Specifically, yeah. I had no question. Like, is the planet being worked on? The question is it painted or is it Genesis?
Yeah,
that's the question.
I think it's probably Genesis, but I think this is the first iteration of Sherman. And they're going to make multiple iterations as Genesis gets developed over the next year or so, before Cascom and Sherman gets released.
I think this is definitely a H2 deliverer.
Yeah. And I also think that we're going to get Microtech 2.0 with Genesis before we get Sherman. They'll update every planet.
Okay.
They'll update every planet in the system in both Stanton and Pyro, and Nyx. Nyx will probably be all Genesis, but even though it's not much to it, but they'll update both Stanton and Pyro using Genesis before we get to 1.0. If not, on the way to getting Sherman, Cascom, Castra.
Okay. I can see that.
Sure. Look at those clouds. And multiple. Look at that big gap. continue, I just want to say, so big gun, Carrick just flew by about the same distance. Big gun dwarfs the Carrick. Big gun, when you see the Polaris over here later on, you'll see it right next to this big gun over here. These big turrets are about the size of a Polaris. The turret and the barrels. It's like 170 meters, 180 meters, or whatever that is.
Is there any chance, any event, we get to see those fire?
They said that some of them or most of them had been decommissioned, but not all. So,
okay, if we
I want them
get...
to have Invictus Launch Week here, and I want them to fire the guns.
Yes,
give
yes,
us
Yep, I can see that.
Yeah,
Like the fleet comes in and they fire off the guns as they come in. Abso-freaking-lutely.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, giant, and with the audio shockwave tech thing that they did, big
the Doppler.
Boom. Yeah.
Procedural Doppler, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, sorry. Is that not a crazy imposing shot? Oh, here's a giant fuck off gun. Here's a giant fuck off gun. Here's another one over here. Another one over here. Here's an Idris flying out of this giant hangar from this sky fortress. Like, and you've got this sort of deep music coming out. It's just such a... Oh. How cool is that this spaceport, you've got all these openings for the hangars and everything, is like it goes through the mountain.
Are you still disappointed that javelins can go in Atmo?
This is pre-production. This is just showing it for scale, blah blah blah.
Are you still upset?
Just saying, control surfaces and all that's coming. Just you wait. I'm putting down an oracle point right now. The atmospheric flight model is going to come in with control surfaces and VTOLs and all that sort of stuff, and they're going to be like, yeah, that was never intended. We talked about that in 2020. It's going to happen. You guys are the ones You guys are the ones that are huffing the copium. Like, how many times do I have to do an entire segment?
Horse in this race? Like, there is. I do not care about the javelin. I am ready for anything industrial at javelin scale.
Yeah.
Do not care about the javelin. I care way more about the Idris than the javelin because it can field industrial ships even from the hangar.
And it's not about the fact that it's a javelin or anything. It's the fact that the javelin doesn't have VTOLs. If they slap VTOLs onto it and landing gear, then I'm happy. I don't care.
And the Idris has VTOLs.
Yeah, the Idris has VTOLs, but CIG, pick one way or the other. You can't have both. If you're going to place as much emphasis as you have on the atmospheric flight model and the importance of VTOLs for lift, when you don't have control surfaces and when you're not a lifting body that's going, hundreds of meters a second, then you need to have VTOLs. I didn't say it. CIG did. If CIG had just gone the Star Wars way, where we just fake everything that hovers down to a planet, then I wouldn't care. But they wanted a realistic atmospheric flight model, and they wanted VTOLs to mean something. Their words, not mine. Okay, pick a lane. Put VTOLs on the Javelin. That's all you got to do.
Yeah.
Put giant
there
ventral
is
VTOLs.
definitely there is definitely a future where they do a Javelin Mark II to put it in line with the systems that will be in the PU, not in Squadron Episode 1.
Yeah. Put VTOLs on it and give it landing gear, because if you're putting VTOLs on it, that means you want it to land, not just hover into perpetuity because you're going to be burning up fuel for no reason.
Does it have landing gear?
No landing gear.
Oh.
Has no landing gear, has no VTOLs. Like, that's the thing is we have the game files from when it's been in game.
I also don't like how they showed
we know it doesn't have VTOL thrusters, so...
Yeah, I also don't like how they, this is relevant for this image with the Javelin. I also don't like how they showed last year the BMM floating, off of a docking part just in the middle of the air. That little flimsy docking port is not going to hold a BMM.
Yeah. Well, and yeah, we're docking and it's just holding it. It's one thing if you have your VTOLs constantly firing, but that doesn't make sense.
It's also another if you have a grav plate there holding the ship, but they didn't. It was just hanging out.
CIG has the tools to make it work. They'll make it work one way or another eventually. I don't care as long as they pick a way to make it work. Like the Caterpillar will get VTOLs. Certain ships that don't have them right now will get them because they've been adding them to every big ship that's come along for years now. Yep. You can go back and you can look at their little PDFs that they've generated for the Odyssey, for the Galaxy, for the Perseus. Everything has VTOLs because they know it's important. They stress that in the importance of the damn Zeus CL.
Sure, if they have those, that's perfect. That fixes the problem. That's all we're saying.
Yeah.
As long as they explain it, we're fine.
Yeah, as long as I have VTOLs, I'm going to fly in there and I'm going to set down on this cradle facility or whatever they end up doing. CIG has the tools to make it work, but don't make it say, okay, this flight model is important for every ship, but the big ships.
Exactly.
It's important for the Reclaimer, but not that. That's all I want. I'm not asking for much.
If you want to see what the problem is, if you don't understand, find a ship that doesn't have VTOL, a big ship in the game that doesn't have VTOL. Let's go with the 890. Put it in decoupled mode, and try and fly fly under a racetrack barrier. Not necessarily racing for it, but try and maneuver, because that's essentially the same kind of technical flying you're gonna have to do with control surfaces. You're going to have to be able to use your thrusters. And this is it's a bit decoupled because we don't have the forces implied by control surfaces. But you're going to have to be able to counteract gravity procedurally with your flight system. And for ships that don't have VTOLs or wings, like the 890, you're just going to be kind of at a loss of thrust.
The amount of fuel, because that's the other part, is they keep on saying that it's going to cost you a lot of money. It's not going to be, the cost of fuel is going to go up. You're going to burn a crap ton of fuel. Okay, well then why would you bring these giant ships down into gravity when you have space stations? So if you're going to do that, okay, then make it make sense. And I'm looking forward to every Javelin owner going absolutely broke from one trip down to a planet, because they burn so much fuel with this big old long descent with the VTOLs firing.
I can only imagine constantly. how many Javelins are gonna get absolutely just what's it called when a ship hits a low or a high hot water when they beach themselves off the coast.
Beached.
Is it just beached?
Yeah.
But yeah, when beached javelins because they went down to a planet, and they need to call in for fuel to get off the planet.
Yeah.
Fuel or a fleet of SRVs.
Yep. Just, you know,
Like,
you have the tools, make it make sense. That's all I'm asking.
yep. Yeah, no, I think it will, and I think much like we see the Javelin wreck on Daymar.
Yeah. But we don't
Daymar.
We don't even have that part of the flight model in the PU. It's still in Squadron. So this is not happening anytime soon. But once this is one of those things where once they get around to it, then they're gonna pick a lane. You know.
Yep. And people are going to be just as upset they are about master modes, about the flight model, or the atmospheric flight model.
Oh, the of no matter which way they go, there will be and the will make me happy no matter which way they go.
Just like I bathe in the tears of Brandy Merchant you will bathe in the tears of people who don't like control services.
I love seeing the Polaris take off in between these two giant fuck off guns. That's such a cool shot. Lower cloud layer, upper cloud layer, more clouds in the background. Like the Mount Ulysses is poking out of these lower clouds, but then gets lost in the upper clouds as well. It's just nuts. It's just a wildly, incredibly cinematic shot. This is, up there with anything they ever did for Halo. So the one other thing that I have not heard anyone else mention regarding, because everybody's like, oh, this is so epic. This is an open air city. There was ground traffic driving around. There's buildings people walking into.
Yeah. What are people not realizing?
Nope. We don't have that in game. We have a floating city where you take, trams around between platforms that you can walk around on. We have ArtCore and Lorville, which are basically enclosed, mega cities. And then you have a city that, you have pedestrian interiors in certain enclosed parts because we don't have any open air.
I think this will be functionally the same as Orison, because if you look at just the map you have on screen now, you have so if you go to the big hangar in the middle, the biggest parts you have is left and right, and you'll have to take some sort of transit to get between the two things. But you also have,
I think we're gonna. You saw all these little cars driving around and pedestrian paths and little buildings. I
don't think they're gonna go between. I'm gonna call them the zones of the landing zone. They could, but because of how all of the other landing zones work, I think there'll be a major transit system, and it will.
Oh yeah, there's definitely gonna be a transit
turn
system.
Sherman into these islands of activity like Orison.
Yeah, it's interesting to me because so much of it is open versus not.
Yeah, it's like Orison, but if they put Orison together.
Yeah.
See the road.
For a potential ground assault of the...
See, here's the roads.
Wait,
There's
what was
cars.
that? Hold on.
Oh, he was talking about if they ever had to invade the Xi'an Empire, that's what.
Oh, I'm ground assaulting a LZ? Hold on.
But this is an area within Sherman with ground cars driving around, and pedestrian paths and parks and stuff. We don't really have this in game.
Yeah, this is true. This is very true.
And so these different zones are seemingly being built in a way that is different. Like, it looks like you can drive around within these zones and drive around between them to an extent.
Hopefully. Hopefully, for sure.
Yeah. It just seems different.
Wow.
But we don't have any
The building looks
confirmation.
a lot bigger now. I know there's a constellation in the bottom. Holy crap.
What's
Go
that?
one slide back. You can just use the arrow keys. Really, you can.
Oh, yeah.
There's a constellation down there.
Yep.
Dang.
And this is the governor's, like where the governor's office is.
Yeah.
And I'm just headcanoning it that this is the governor's personal defense turret.
Yeah. What else would it be?
Oh, I'm just saying the governor has his own turret for defending his. This is his.
Oh, you manage turret?
Yeah, it's his turret.
Okay, I see. So you can
Yeah.
the city's under attack. I'm gonna jump on my turret.
Yeah, and over here he's got like the space version of giant clay pigeons that he can throw up, off to the side of the mountain. He can, pull. Right.
Yeah, it is like that is one thing they're really, really, really good at. Because they handcraft every single landing zone. Every landing zone has a character all its own.
Mm-hmm.
And this character is a traditional military base in a sci-fi universe retrofitted to be an entire landing zone.
Yeah.
And I love that.
This has such great Halo UNSC vibes, and I'm here for it.
It is seething. Now, seething with character.
Dripping.
Like, I think this has like the most character. I mean, this is concept art, so I guess we'll have to see when it shakes out. But like, so far, it has the most character and oozing with character. Sure, that works.
Mm-hmm.
Than any landing zone, and I don't know how it manages to do that. But the shapes, where the freaking trees are, the lore, where stuff's placed, how the buildings are lined up, has so much character. And this makes me very happy that Terra's not existing yet. Because if they can do this for this landing zone, imagine what they're going to be able to do with the opulence of Terra.
Yeah, with Terra Prime,
the crown jewel of the Empire.
Mm-hmm. The other interesting thing was they talked about it's like the Imperial Medical Center or something like that. This seems very much like a government healthcare medical center, and that's something that I've talked about with Paul, where we have private healthcare, and we also seem to the UAE is a mix of public and private.
Wouldn't it be hilarious if Citizens got like base player like medical insurance?
Yeah, that's the thing is
we
don't know what the
like
ramifications
Chris has been in the UK
that.
for a while now, which they all have free healthcare. So like, if you're a citizen, they just add free medical insurance.
Yeah. Is there a base level and then the private pay above that, like they because they do that in Europe, but something the naming is interesting, because we've heard that name before in the lore.
Which name?
It's the Imperial Health Services or something like that. I forget exactly the verbiage, but they mentioned it briefly here in relation to the hospital. And these and that's the thing is they don't just have the giant fuck off guns; they also have secondary fuck off guns. So
they just have lead barrels. They're still just as big.
Mm-hmm.
They're slightly less, but larger caliber.
Yeah. The
only reason the larger caliber is because they sit farther back, and they'd be really upset if they weren't able to fire at the same time. So to mince the ranges so the ones in the back didn't get upset because the ones in the front fire. We just made them larger caliber so they didn't like get all pissy that they weren't able to
Yeah.
fire at stuff as soon as possible.
Primary larger targets versus secondary smaller targets. So, yeah.
Basically, if you've gotten this far, you're not going any farther.
Mm-hmm. Oh, look, there's a cruiser. Yeah, there's also a whole sea coming into land. So it's concept art, folks. Chill the fuck out. I see you, Aether Drift.
Cruiser, what? Hold on, what?
Yeah, first scale.
Oh.
Do you have anything else to say about
wait.
Beyond
that
Pyro?
again?
And yeah, there's a whole sea loaded with cargo.
No, what's the thing in the not so far ground
This,
coming
the
to
cruiser?
land? Yeah, what is
Where-
that?
That's the cruiser.
Is that a Bengal?
That's the cruiser. From the trailer. Or from
Dang,
the squadron. Yeah,
that's really big.
it is big. Yep.
So now Bengals can land in Atmo too?
Yeah. Again, it's just for scale, but it's like one of those things. Like, why would you? Why would you spend all that fuel? And so like
Specifically, like you like had to have the approach like way before there. You like so much burning fuel, so much
It would be
burning
such a-
fuel to get
with
the angle to play
emphasis
that thing right there.
Yeah, with the emphasis that they put on the Kraken for how unwieldy it is and costly it would be to land it. Yes, it can, but just letting you know, it's going to be very slow and difficult to control, and cost you a ton of money. Well, what's the point? You have space stations. That's where, I don't know.
Does Sherman have a Leo?
Yeah,
Does Sherman have a Leo?
yeah, the station in orbit in lore is actually owned by Crusader.
Okay then. Well, interesting.
But yeah, they have a Leo in orbit that's now owned by Crusader in lore, whether that changes or not. But
I
used
hope
to
it
be-
doesn't. I really hope we get more, especially with Pyro being out and them not being R&R stations. I really do hope we get more stations that are not R&R.
Well,
Like we still
they bought
have
it.
like
They bought it because they have their own airline, or space line, I guess you'd say. And so
Meridian.
they own it as part of their network of spaceports for interstellar transport. We make the Genesis, but we also operate our own airline for Genesis flying people around.
Yeah, Meridian. It's Meridian. What was I saying? Oh gosh.
But because there's so much tourism and so much commerce going on at Sherman and Cascom, there's a lot of people coming and going, and so they bought the spaceport for it because the fortress was a staging ground for the army and and ships and stuff. Even more so for the space station, they had bombers and ships and everybody just staged and operating out of there, ready to go. So it's Sherman is amazing. I'm so excited for it. Caster's going to be a really cool system to visit. Do you have anything else for Beyond Pyro before we talk about Squadron 42?
Other than I really hope that I've remembered my thought. Like I really hope we do get the Cryastros back. The what was the CTRs, because those are Xi'an based.
Cryastro, CTR, and there's one more, and I don't remember the name of it in lore. There's 3.
But yeah, I hope we get different brands of space station. You and your half transparent water bottle that definitely has vodka in it.
No.
Don't like vodka?
It gives me heartburn. Really
That makes
bad.
sense.
Yep.
No, I don't
Alright.
got anything more for this. It
Cool,
was really
'cause we're
cool.
already at-
I was stupid salty after today. I now understand why most of day one was really meh. Really meh. A lot of stuff was not said. A lot of stuff they said didn't really matter. Brave New Worlds was really good. Social Universe was all concept art. Cosplay contest was mildly entertaining. That was funny. Dress to Kill should have been an email. Beyond Pyro was nice. Castro pretty. Nyx don't really care that much. It was interesting, but they didn't say Terra, so I was kind of upset.
The
So that's
front
the
and
summary
the
so far.
back of day one were the really important parts, and everything else was as excited as I am about Sherman and even Levski, but mostly Sherman. It was otherwise a lot of filler stuff that is necessary for the game, but not anything that gets me really that excited.
Yeah. Do you want to
and-
read the redacted one?
Well, there was nothing. It just said redacted.
I know.
So,
I know. Yeah, read redacted. You have to read it.
Yeah.
I read the last one. You have to read this one.
redacted.
Okay, there we go.
Dot.
So,
I'm gonna turn the sound off.
I mean, I think I want to do this one much more like conversational than you opinions.
Before we go, I just want to. Can we just watch the Henry Cavill UEE Navy recruiting commercial?
Sure.
I specifically asked CIG to release the recording from this commercial that plays in the tablet.
This should be a commercial in the PU.
It's not
Like,
about
'cause this is a
piloting the most
general,
cutting-edge ships, or traveling to the farthest reaches of the universe, forging connections that will last your entire life, fighting to protect your home and loved ones, or even learning what you're truly capable of. Those are just the perks. I'm Commander Ryan Enright. I fly Navy.
So
That's just
there's a
so
new
cool.
biggest game. There's a new biggest gun in the game. It's a rail gun. It's inside the hangar of the Bengal. Holy crap!
A lot of people made a big deal about the difficulty level in the prologue, and I'm like, it was a tutorial. It's not
It
supposed
was tutorial
to be.
prologue. A lot of people have lots of opinions about it. Who was it? There was somebody I was talking about when I was on the 24-hour captain's table. As far as they've launched actual like AAA titles, it definitely depends on who, like, where you're with when balancing actually occurs. In my knowledge, not experience, balancing of different difficulties happens way later in the process. So it could be a combination of things and why this didn't look like a Legantus difficulty.
Yeah.
And I specifically remember my time in, I think it was Halo 3, might have been Halo CE. When I put it on like Legendary, I was not getting past the first level without a lot of difficulty. And I eventually like backed off Legendary.
You can't show off your game and the features in the game in a certain period of time if you keep dying due to it being so hard.
Yeah.
And so they could
but
have just clicked Legatus, but that wasn't actually making it Legatus. They could have just be clicking Legatus just for funsies, but it's still the newbie. Because like you saw how you got knocked down, you know, and stabbed essentially or slashed by the Vanduul in hand-to-hand combat, and it only knocked your health down a little bit, and then they were just really slow to react. I don't think they're going to be like that throughout the game at all, from what they've been telling us in the monthly reports, what they've showed before. I think this is just a matter of you have to get through this prologue. We are just demonstrating it to you, and so it looks it's not going to be actually Legatus, even though he clicked it. I think
I hope it's probably the main storyline. The main storyline of Star Citizen probably will have nothing in common. No actors, no characters, no story points from Squadron. Don't expect any of that. Not only are we like 5 or plus years away from Squadron 42 now, between the two games. 26, 7, 8, 9, 10.
10.
Yeah, we're several years.
It'll be 10 years next year. From
2945
to
it was 16.
2955.
It was 2016 when the dates were aligned. So 2026, the release date will be 10 years out.
Well, this is 2945.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, in universe. Sorry. Yeah, my bad.
Okay. I thought they lined up in 2026. Or 2016, and that's when we started the divergence when Squadron held back because it was supposed to release it was supposed to be aligned with the PU that was 2956 or 2946.
Yeah. The events of Squadron take place in 2945.
Okay.
Or at least we know the battle. Well, we know the Battle of Vega takes place in 2945, and we don't know how far along after the Battle of Vega this part of the campaign is. So
I don't know if you know this, Aether Drift. Henry Cavill is freaking expensive.
He was cheaper then because it was a long time ago.
Yeah, he was way cheap. He was not The Witcher. He was not whatever he's doing now with Warhammer. Like, the amount of expensive he has gotten since they filmed what he did for Squadron.
Yeah, but they recorded him and captured his likeness, and now they can use it. Because they if they want him to record more voice, that's a different thing. But that's why they recorded.
Also, I would imagine. I imagine
uh,
if his agent is any good, he made sure to say they can use it in Squadron, and he cannot use it in Star Citizen, which would be a whole new contract for his likeness.
Yeah, and that's why they recorded all. From what I know, from what I'm told, is they recorded all 3 episodes, all the voice acting, and so they've done pickups, which it costs you a whole lot less to do pickups.
Yeah, because that's like, hey, could you come in like for a work day?
Yeah, we're gonna pay you for these lines, not the whole entirety of your thing. And we also don't know how much. It's called Squadron 42, but we don't know at what point you join Squadron 42. Does it happen in episode 1? Does it?
Yeah,
not happen until episode 2. We're gonna find out.
If it happens, I imagine it happens. If it happens in episode 1, I imagine it happens towards the end of episode 1. Because what is the Stanton? What squadron is the Stanton in?
Well, the Squadron 42 isn't on the Stanton. It's only on that Bengal, and so we don't know at what point you transition.
But after the prologue, you're then put on the Stanton.
Yeah, and so we don't know.
So what
fleet
squadron
that
is the Stanton is? Oh, we don't know the fleet?
Yeah, we don't know. At least not that I'm aware of. Yeah.
All right. That's more of a Paul question. I wonder if he has dug up, because as far as he said, he knows like the entire story in and out. Yeah. Henry Cavill will be in Star Citizen not because he's playing, or because he's just playing the game. I hope so.
Guaranteed.
And I hope for like that reason only they don't have his character in the game.
I will say that
I don't want the Star Citizen storyline to be anything remotely related to Squadron 42, any of its characters or any of its story points. And it's also the storyline of Star Citizen is the story between the tensions of Terra and Sol, which is a much different connection between Vanduul and the Empire. Anyway, back to Redacted. You read it.
Yeah. Sorry, I read it. So you go ahead.
So
this is cool.
I was blown away by the demo. I was constantly blown away by the flippin' quality that still is being juiced out of this thing. Like, I don't, every time, much like the Plan Tech team, every time they show Squadron at this higher and higher and higher bar, I'm constantly blown away by how they keep finding ways to make it look better. Which is really nice. Like, consistently, they are, like, making it I'm gonna say the cringy one, quad A game. But I was hoping for more of a vertical slice, less of a play 2 hours of a prologue. Like,
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to do this, like, verbatim, I'm going to have to do this exact thing when I get it. That is not something I wanted to see.
Yeah, the prologue
because
was
it
really
spoils
cool,
my experience.
but I was really hoping that we would get, and I talked about this in my part of the expectations. I was really hoping that we would get, like you said, a vertical slice, but a vertical slice of the three main components of the game, of
A
flight
horizontal
combat,
slice, if you were.
yeah, of flight combat, FPS, of flight, of FPS, and of social. And the prologue didn't give you all the things. The prologue was a tutorial and introduction to the universe, and it only was the tutorial for these basic aspects. It wasn't, there's no flight tutorial or anything.
No FPS. Well, no,
There's
there's a
not
little
really
bit
any
of
social
FPS.
tutorial.
Yeah.
So
Reek tour scale says 30 to 40 hours, but how many if you skip cutscenes? Who says you're allowed to skip cutscenes? No, they have
when I
said you
say
will be
30
able
to 40
to
hours, I don't know.
disengage cutscenes,
Yeah.
but skipping cutscenes is not really a thing because they play out in real time. So some cutscenes you will be able to take your camera back. Some, not all, but as far as I know, all cutscenes play out in real time anyway. So they will always have to go through with the events of the cutscene. For instance, back in the last big vertical slice we saw, when they were interviewing or offloading the OMC guys, criminal guys, into the Stanton and processing them, that is a skippable cutscene. It just means you're taking your camera back from the whole cinematic camera where it's watching them and not on your character. But that will still be happening while you are walking around. You could just watch it from the flight deck of the Idris.
Mm-hmm. They sure do have a lot of screens on this Javelin.
I mean, makes sense. Like, because the cabin shows up on them, and you're not like tied to
But
your
did you
mobi
see how
glass
many
for it.
screens were in the galley?
Yeah, like
Yeah,
they're
there's a
playing
lot.
like local news and things. Like that's really cool. And like, so I imagine, I don't know like what the exact politics of it are, but like not being on your mobi glass, like everyone on their own mobi glass, they're actually like playing stuff in the environment. Like, I think that's a lot better. I don't know. I don't know. I think like in environmental wise, it's a lot better to have a lot of screens playing, more like a bar scene than everyone being on their phone.
Mm-hmm. It was beyond the. I wanted to see different things for what they demoed for us for Squadron. What they did show us was beyond my expectations. For the prologue, holy crap! In terms of game prologues go, wow, just absolutely incredible, and storytelling, environment, the gameplay was great.
Yeah, when I play this, I will long the entire time playing through this, long for the chill out I get after the prologue, after I get to like talk to whoever and have to go through the rigmarole and get on the Stanton and do all the office politics stuff I have to do on the Stanton, because of the intensity and the heartbreak and the emotion that like is pouring out of the entire prologue. Like, it's wild, and to see like what actually happens with the rest of the prologue, because like there's a couple questions that still went unanswered on what happened to a couple of the ships.
Mm-hmm.
Like they just kind of ended right before. I don't think they played the like ending cutscene. I think they cut right before the ending cutscene.
Yeah, yeah. They didn't.
So we don't know
spoil the
what
whole thing.
happens to the king ship. We don't know what happens to Bishop's ship, and we don't know what happens to Javelin. We have no flipping idea how you get back to safety.
Yep.
I don't want to know either. So if you guys know spoilers, don't freaking tell me.
I think the other thing that I thought, like the big thing that stuck out to me was, like I'm really interested in the EVA gameplay,
Mm-hmm.
and yeah, we have EVA, but we don't have all of it. You know,
Yeah.
the Superman flight portion and the transitions, like all that's great, but we don't have EVA thruster. You know,
Push-pull.
thrusters having fuel, and we don't have the 0G push pull. I love that they demoed that for us. I loved seeing that. I love that mechanic. I thought it was such a great sequence of you getting sucked out of the ship and then having to 0G push pull your way back onto the ship through all this wreckage with the battle still going on around you. Fighters flying by,
Yeah.
the hammerhead flying overhead. You've got that muffled space, faux space sound. Was a really cool effect. I just thought that was just absolutely incredible.
They had the gameplay demo up way before they had even the Star Lancer commercial up. The only thing I didn't like about the 0G thing, let me see if I can find it. It was that first 0G landing where it really slowed down time, and there was almost no way you would miss the prompt.
Mm-hmm.
And I really didn't like that
Yeah.
because then once
there's
you
our-
like hit the button, it was set up and like got you landed. I
We have to see
really did not like that.
our Terminator with a facial change. Wait for it.
What?
There he is. There it goes again. And change back.
Oh yeah,
Mm-hmm.
that was a weird bug.
The other thing that was really cool to see was the Squadron 42 and I think it's Echo Flight was the Retaliators doing quantum boost.
Yep.
That maneuver, they're hidden behind an asteroid. Okay, look at Vega.
Look at
Wow.
it. And
Or,
look
sorry,
at the
this
city
is
too.
this is Aramis. So I'm assuming this is all like ocean and stuff, but this is Aramis. This is Vega 2. Selene is the other populated planet, and I'm guessing this is the city of New Corvo.
Wow. What's currently alive of it got a
Yeah.
lot smaller after this.
Mhm. Yeah, but seeing that the quantum boost for that maneuver, and I thought that was really cool because we don't have that, but we're able to see them demonstrating it in in the game and how it's used and stuff. So I thought that was really cool to see. The Maelstrom in the turret segment, the turret combat
Now,
segments.
I
the
swear,
pieces
somewhere
falling
they
off the
said
ships.
that all of the prologue was running Maelstrom.
I don't know
can't
if
find
they
it
said
yet.
something. I don't remember, but like you could see it as he was shooting ships and everything. They were breaking into pieces, and the bigger ships chunks were falling off. Captain McClaren would fall for me after I save her. I really like this scene down at New Corvo with the bunkers and stuff. I hope that we can go visit that location, and see the still, because they talk about it in the lore how it's still recovering.
And that's one of the places like I really want to have in game at ASAP, because one of the biggest things that like I built my org around is humanitarian stuff.
Yep.
I will absolutely be on so many supply runs to get resources where they need to be the most. I don't care. Like at that, if it's for like helping people rebuild, helping people like scrape their lives back together, screw the profits. Let's get the water. Let's get the food there. Let's
Yeah,
get the
Robert
stuff
Poe,
to
some
build
of his
houses.
shots were blocked by floating debris from other ships. There was
Yeah.
so much. That was such a great bit of environment with all the bits are there and they break off and they spin off in different directions, you know, and they get in the way of shots and other ships can crash into them. You know, that was so cool to me. You know, and it wasn't just the ship go boom. You know, the
Yeah.
fighters, like, you know, they pretty much disintegrated, but that you saw them, you know, go into pieces, and you know, that was really cool. I know some people were saying, like, how does he EVA with that helmet on? And I think it's let's see if another helmet comes up here in a second. But it looks like I think like the visor folds down, but then something
Yeah, it
probably
does.
pops up and creates a seal, because it doesn't. It's not like a full face helmet or something. But they never show you in the fighter Yetapult. That's cool.
That's a freaking railgun, is what that is. Holy
Yeah.
crap!
That's that was, you know, this is new. We've never seen this before. I
Yeah.
thought that was a really cool thing to add. You know, in order to, you know, it isn't just the
I know
ships
it's not
accelerating; they're getting
technically
they're getting
railgun.
yeeted, and I think that's cool.
Yeah. And only that's as far as we know, only a Bengal thing.
Yeah, we don't know if that exists on the flight deck of any other ships. You know, we haven't seen it on the Idris. You know, and the Idris is pretty short, but
I mean, we've seen how the Idris launches, and that's a backplane.
yeah, they've got that backplate thing.
Yeah. I wonder.
The Idris is
like,
also much
I would
older
love a
than a Bengal.
detailed, like excruciating detail, because I know the Bengal technically is a multi-company endeavor, not just RSI.
Well, it's like RSI is the chief manufacturer, but they bring in, like, they have help, you know, subcontractors, you know,
Yeah,
making
I would love
components and
to
stuff.
have a detailed breakdown of exactly who did what. Just to have, like, I have no like reason for it,
Mm-hmm.
but I would love to know who's responsible for what. And I would not be shocked if Argo made the launcher.
There's a lot of javelins in this shot.
Oh yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
javelin, 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 javelin. Here's the two escort carriers. And you could see from another angle that the escort carriers have a ventral mounted, you know, I don't think it's as big as the Bengal turret, but I think it's the cruiser level turret on the bottom. But then they have this upper flight deck thing, just like the Bengal does up here, maybe, you know, probably smaller. But you can see they don't have anywhere near the armament of the cruisers.
They also have, like, half the engines.
Yeah. Yep. Which makes sense for an escort carrier. They're not, you know, they don't go as fast. What makes me wonder, though, is like, what sort of fighter complement are you looking at for a fleet this size with a Bengal and two escort carriers, and who knows what the fighter deck, you know, the flight deck for the cruisers looks like if they have one. You know, you've got you know, numerous Idrises with a couple of fighters each, like, pretty cool. Let's see, what else was I gonna say about Squadron 42? Oh, chat. Does anyone know? Has anyone looked in detail, like slow-mo of the animation? Look at the size of these guns that are on the side. Those are big guns, you know. But has anyone looked in detail at the animation for the use of the med pen in game?
What about it?
Wait. I want. I never noticed that the med pen has a needle that comes out. I always thought it was like a hypo spray thing. I love that they
Oh.
put flat cannon looking things at where these little triangle things are. Those didn't used to be there. They've added so much DACA to the Bengal. It's insane.
Very shiny trailer.
Yeah, it has a needle which should blunt against armor, and that's one thing I did notice in the panel about clothing and such. That some of the armors and stuff that they showed off, there's a needle port in your forearm where you would inject.
Oh, very cool.
Yeah. You know, and
That'd
so
be really
like you would
funny if there was some armors
you
you
didn't-
couldn't do the med pen.
Yeah, and you'd inject into the needle port, which has some sort of maybe like a pre-plumbed intravenous line that goes into your arm or something. For rapid administration, kind of like a Mediport that people with cancer have. But look at the size of that Vandal fleet. That's just nuts. Everybody's done. We've seen people do breakdowns of the UE fleet, but I think I've seen anyone do a breakdown of the Vandal fleet and what ships are in it, and how many of them there are. But like the Void bombers are huge. It's actually a lens for med beam. Good grief.
I like that he stands up. I think it's not just in like as far as storytelling, it's not just in like scared or whatever, but it's out of respect.
Mhm.
Like you respect this kind of like generals throughout history will have respect for the generals of the other side when they have good things to say about them. And when you see a kingship, it demands respect. If not for your
So
own life,
big.
or if not for the life of the craftsmanship, but for your own life as well, it demands respect. Just like any other wild animal, if you saw a lion, saw a bear, it demands your respect that you don't do anything stupid around it.
What I did notice is I don't think they have all of the types of Vandal capital ships that we know about here.
Oh?
I think it's I think these are the Corvette class. These aren't the drillers that are like a destroyer, if I remember correctly. I'd have to go back and look. But we've got lots of bombers, a crap ton of fighters, lots of these things, whatever those are. But I'm pretty sure those are the Corvette class ship. Because you see a lot of those flying around during the battle, and he's engaging those with his turrets and stuff, taking down their shields and shooting off their their side guns and stuff.
You're right. I don't see any drillers.
Well,
Because
maybe
drillers
it's
have a
one.
very they have like a cage, like I won't say it's like a surfboard like thing over a giant flight deck.
Yeah. Let's see. Maybe these ones towards the rear, but you didn't see these ones mixing it up in the fight. You saw these Corvettes getting in between the javelins and stuff and flying around. And so I feel like these were hanging back kind of like the cruisers and the UE fleet does, because these are definitely a lot bigger than these. So we're not sure what these are. The other thing
they were much more rounded.
Yeah.
Wherever
The hunter.
wherever
There
the
you go.
drillers are.
Yeah, these are. I'm pretty sure these are the hunters, right? I think.
Okay.
The other thing that I was really hoping they would show, those kind of do look almost like harvesters. That I was really
That would
hoping they
be
would
weird.
show it once they got started with this playing, is that we would see, even if it was just a cutscene, because we don't partake in it, but I was hoping we would see a cutscene of the Vandal landing on the planet. Fighters, fighting it out in the skies over New Corvo, but then, whatever, it's landing craft, or maybe it's the cleavers dropping down to the planet.
Oh,
I wanted
I
to
know
see,
now.
ground combat on New Corvo. Because we've seen that bit from the trailers years ago where Admiral Bishop is down on the
Definitely not
planet
the first one.
assessing the damage and stuff. I was hoping we would see packs of Vandal running through the streets, and in you know, ground combat against UE Army and Marines on the ground.
Yeah. I imagine this is half the prologue. If it's not like a really long cutscene after it, like I don't know what happens exactly, but there's a lot of story. Like you said, we see Bishop on the planet, so there's a lot still to tell of the Battle of Vega.
Yeah, there's more for us to learn about the Battle of Vega and the aftermath and such for sure. Actually, that's a there you go. See, now you can see the biggins. Here's the kingship. Here's maybe these are bigger. The harvesters get dropped on the planet, so they're smaller. They come from other ships, but these two back here are pretty big. I feel like these are smaller, and then these are the hunter corvettes up front. Because you wouldn't see the bombers and fighters and stuff.
So there's at least 2 ships in the front line. There's one with the dovetail in the front, and there's one with the fangs in the front. So they look opposite each other.
Yeah,
These
two
I
over
do
here
not know.
look different than these ones over here. I'll have to go back and look at Vandal ships. But the other thing is we haven't gotten updated, other than seeing the updated driller a few years ago. We haven't, the driller destroyer. Is that what it is? We haven't seen updated models of the other Vandal King ships or other capital ships. We have the old ones, but nothing new.
Yeah. I mean, the ones we saw in the last fleet
the
teaser,
harvester
like that,
drops the things onto the ground. The harvester deploys those. The things that do all the munching. The planetary hole munching. See, I can't see Bishop and Strong now without their goofy grins that they've been,
oh my God,
people have been doing posting on Twitter.
Horrible.
I thought it'd be bigger.
I know way too much of the Habsburgs' actual history for that to be actually funny to me. Like, I don't know what kind of crap I've watched, but I know how you get a face that looks like that, and it's nothing good. And it's not safe for talking about on Twitch.
The Vandal fighter deployment, coming out of those racks, that's
scary.
Cool as shit.
Just freaking scary.
It's scary, but that's cool that they went to that length to show it at that distance.
And then you just have a cloud of fighters.
Hundreds of them. And that's probably just the first wave. I think the other thing that was really cool is when you look at them running out, Mariana's turkey shoot. But I think the other thing that was really cool is you'd see as the fleets close, you'd see the Vandal capital ships launching barrages of their boarding torpedoes. Not just having them coming out of the fighters or the void bombers, but they're being launched out of the capital ships as well. And so I thought that was super cool to see. And also super intimidating. Can you imagine you've got this swarm of boarding torpedoes headed towards your capital ship, and knowing that you're about to be boarded by dozens of a Vandal as they close, and you're hoping the turret gunners can shoot as many down as possible. Let's see, Robert says, I put a link to you in Discord of a breakdown done by Captain Foxy Loxy on the ships of Vandal. Oh, sweet, thanks, appreciate it.
Nice.
The wiki has recently consolidated the driller and harvester carrier pages, citing old concept art that called the harvester carrier drillers. Okay. Yeah, there is
concept art out there of a planetary-based, basically really big Vandal combine that just eats. So they might need to unconsolidate them as harvesters. As far as, like Tree said, as far as I know, are the thing that eats plant, basically, like a field, like a farm field.
I like how you can see in the UI the reloading mechanism. he reload, it pops back up and he's back in action. Bullet number go up, bullet number go back down, reload. Like there's so many little details that are just incredible. And the UI on this turret sequence is so well done. But look, you can see these pieces and they're flying off and they're sparking. Like this is Maelstrom. He's shooting it and it's coming off and coming apart in pieces. Look, that is Maelstrom right there. And yeah, because it's a fighter, it does explode, but it doesn't explode instantly. It isn't just, damage get to 0 and you go kablooey. It's little pieces getting knocked off and whittled away.
Drillers are bigger than Bengals. They're 1,700 meters long.
Yeah, the drillers are huge. I remember them being just absolutely massive.
So they could be the big ones in the back.
Yeah, but they're also like a lot of void space and everything.
So on Star Citizen Tools, the second paragraph says it is capable of atmospheric flight and can be used to deploy harvesters during raids to harvest resources. Harvesters then links to, I don't know what wiki you were looking at. Then shows the harvester the ground vehicle. It does have a ship, but that is an old concept for the driller deploying harvesters.
Yeah,
so there you go. Harvesters are the ground thing. Drillers are things that deploy harvesters.
We had that clip a few years ago of the driller flying by that Vandal who was like standing there, on a planet.
Harvester carrier being separate thing from harvester. Okay, let's try that. Harvester carrier. Yeah, just that. Okay, yeah, that brings back to the driller because it is the carrier of the harvester. I might have missed something, but yeah, you're correct. There is no bespoke harvester carrier. Harvester is not the name of the carrier. It is a carrier of harvesters.
I love this hollow globe with all the ships in it.
I like how they use it later on to zoom across the battlefield.
Mm-hmm.
Anything else about Squadron demo?
Nope.
It's cool. Like you said early on, like we could talk about each of these panels on a bespoke.
Oh yeah, we could do. We could watch it and pause it as we go for each one of these panels, and it could be 2 to 3 times. Each one would be 3 times as long.
Yep.
Man,
you can find a way back. I don't need to. It's irrelevant. Like we know where it is. I'm not sorry. I don't know what the question is. I'm sorry. Drillers are harvester carriers. They carry harvesters. I don't know what information I'm missing. I'm so sorry.
I love watching these cruisers just light these corvettes up and obliterate them. But as you can see, the bigger capital ships are closing with the fleet.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody's like, maintain formation.
I did like that they. I mean, this is more of a 1.0 thing that they said that command and control stuff is something that will be in 1.0.
I'm gonna clip this part just for Blizzrad.
Why?
Because big honking torpedo away.
No, that freaking is how
they're taking that laser on the nose, but here it goes, kablooey.
Those are auroras.
Yeah, those are.
Vandal McTyphon face? What? What did you send me to?
Oh, it's the. There's a bunch of things in the wiki that because you don't have we don't have a name for it, we don't know what it is, but we've seen images of it, so they. Here, let's.
Oh, it's that weird one-armed thing.
God, this is from 2016. So old.
That should be the modern work.
Yeah.
It's definitely still just polished after that, but yeah, it's same build style. In reference to all these Van Duel ships being done, you can really see how they're able to say, "Hey, we're gonna have like 20 ships done this year," because when the Van Duel fleet and Squadron was being worked on, the ship teams were split between Star Citizen and Squadron. Now they have all the four of the ship teams building Star Citizen ships. Not to mention the new office in Montreal. Pretty soon, we will be really digging at that backlog.
As we predicted.
Why? Which is that gift? Well, yeah, like Polaris out, like by the end of the year, over the next year plus, when we get the Perseus, Galaxy, and Pioneer out of there.
Yeah, see what's got
the
these
Javelin.
two, like, things coming out the front. This is definitely the ones that were in the back. Right?
Did they give it a new face? Because the one thing doesn't have that shape on the front where it's got like duckbill.
Yeah.
The Idris and Javelin ostensibly are just done. Because like they are in the production schedule to be done relative to Squadron, not with Squadron, but relative to it coming out. The Idris is ostensibly done, and the Javelin will be done shortly after Squadron. The big question is I don't know where the Orion is.
Oh,
like Orion
the ship?
and yeah, the Orion and
the Orion will come out just before the Endeavor.
ha 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 ha.
It's gigantic. It is gigantic.
It is.
And
it
is,
really, really is.
Yeah, whereas the Endeavor is all things endgame, the Orion is endgame mining. So,
Right, but is that 1.0 or not 1.0?
No, it's post 1.0 for sure.
Yeah. That's going to make a lot of people upset.
I also don't think the whole D and the whole E are coming out before 1.0 with only
That
5
also
systems.
makes sense.
Yeah.
Because there's nothing to move.
Yep.
Uh,
Any other
is
closing
garbage.
thoughts on Squadron 42 and day 1 of CitizenCon?
I was a bit disappointed that it was 2 years out. Possibly
Yeah.
2 years out.
Yep.
But I have heard that
1.5
there
to 2.
was
Yeah.
there was a 2025 date, and it was convinced to move, which makes me happy for an early 26.
Yeah.
Or excited for an early 26 release. So we'll have to see what exactly happens with that. So I think it's really only, I'm counting this year as mostly over, most because nothing really happens between now and the end except for IE and the release 4.0. Yeah. I'm calling Squadron like I as far as like keeping track of Squadron, I'll call it a year out. Just because there's a couple months on either side. To me, it's not really going to matter all that much. I will love to play it. I think it was good. I think it could have been better, but it's what they showed. It's what they're building. It's what they're doing.
Yeah, what they showed was great. There was things I wanted to see that they didn't, but what they did show for Squadron was pretty amazing. The crash
see stuff
recovery.
that can.
Oh,
Yeah.
the thing. What was it with the verbiage? Something check to panic or whatever.
I think it was the graphics card. I really do, and I think they really shouldn't have tried new hardware. They should have just brought the computer over. They played it on in the office. Stuff I think that like Crucible should come before, Hull B should come before, Polaris is done, Pioneer is getting work done, G12 should come in, Kraken should come in, Apollo's are getting work done, Vulcan should come in, Rangers should come in, Rylan Expanse should also get in, Perseus is being done this year, Liber Odyssey should also be in before 1.0. Legionnaire is going to be in before 1.0. We just got to get hacking on the schedule and finish through the schedule. UTV should obviously be in. E1 should obviously be in. Galaxy should be in. Zeus's are done except for the MR, which will probably also be in before 1.0. The Guardian should be in. Or the Guardian's being released this year, i.e. the Asteroid obviously should be in. Ironclads are also being worked on in the next 12 to 18 months. So, like, about half of the backlog currently is being worked on this year. So,
Yeah.
make of that what you will.
All right, I'm gonna switch screens because we need to wrap this up.
Absolutely. What time is it? It's 2:50 in the morning.
Yeah.
Oh my god. It's a good thing. I don't have work tomorrow, so I wasn't too worried about it.
Yeah, we'll figure out when we're gonna do day 2. Hopefully in the next week or so.
Yeah, because we got the.
I'm gonna try and
roadmap
stream
stuff coming
tomorrow night. I was really hoping that 2.4.3 would be out to live by now.
Isn't that gonna wait
but we'll
till IE?
If it's in open PTU right now, it's open, isn't it?
It's been open since it started.
Yeah. I don't know.
I
IAE
thought they
is 3
normally
weeks
hold
away.
it off until
They've
like
never
the day before.
They've never had the patch like out this early. That's the crazy thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know what they're doing with it. I don't know. I'm probably going to do a lore equals gameplay tomorrow night because I'm now multiple months behind on the Galactopedia updates. So probably doing that, and then on Sunday, not going to be streaming, but I am looking forward to having a bunch of the Boise Bar Citizen folks over to my house because we're going to be playing board games. We're going to be playing Stars
Nice.
Vicarios. I'm super excited. So yeah,
2026 is 14 months away. Is it really? That makes it sound really close. 1 month, 1 year plus 2 months. Yeah, yeah. I'm just gonna call it 1 year. Like, and I know I've said all year that I expect Squadron 25 Invictus. Because they've said 26, I now have to amend that. I expected 26 Invictus.
I think it's very reasonable.
It will be 6 months after Squadron, or it will be 6 months after CitizenCon. CitizenCon, they announced like the date. They have 6 months to do their marketing push, and ta-da!
Alrighty. Well,
No, I would like to hear them. What?
I was just gonna say we'll keep everybody posted about when we're gonna be doing the next episode with day 2 of CitizenCon because we've got a lot to talk about with base building and the road to 1.0.
Crafting and 1.0, yeah.
Crafting, yep. Let's find
I do think they
to
should
raid.
have. Yeah, I do think they should have talked about briefing room, but that's more of an ISC conversation, not a CitizenCon conversation.
Yeah. Let's see. No one I'm following is online. Any suggestions on who we should raid this evening? Got to send some love to someone else.
Oh, someone actually got the co-stream, like the embedded co-stream to work. NeoFox +1. That's the only person I have streaming Star Citizen right now.
Okay, we'll do... Oh, there they are. We will raid NeoFox and send them some love. Thanks for joining us, everyone. Hope you found this interesting and informative. We're looking forward to hearing from you guys at the next episode when we go over day 2. So let's get that raid started.
Keep going for a few hours. I will
Yeah,
be streaming
nope.
tomorrow though. At 1. Yeah, 1 in the afternoon EST. I'll finally over like a week be able to stream. So I'll be doing one stream tomorrow. So
Sweet.
if you want more Star Citizen analysis, I'll be streaming tomorrow. Unfortunately, not with Tree.
Cheers. 07, everyone. Good night.
Bye, everyone.